And welcome back, everybody. We're here kicking off CCT, kicking off the new year. And you know, last weekend, Anthony, it might have been Wildcard Sunday, but today we're gonna be seeing no wildcard. They're over in Europe, so they can't play in CCT NA. So we will be looking forward to some teams that have been filling their place. It was originally FlyQuest Red opening us up for the day, but now we got a new team in Bad News Capybaras joining into the mix. We got some exciting action here as well. So Unjustified Females is up against them, and looking forward to how things are going to shape up here so far in CCT NA, kicking off the new year.
Honestly, it's a big chance for both of these squads because it's always just not only the fact that it's a fresh start, but the fact that you can start maybe telling stories of what your team is going to be. Obviously, for a team like the Bad News Capybaras, who come in to replace FlyQuest Red, I'd say they have some pretty substantial shoes to fill, but at the same time, kind of like what they've got to help them with that cause. They've at least got some experience under their belt. So, I mean, you know, considering sometimes we've gotten some, I'd say, skirmish, toss-up-ish rosters to come through and assist. It's probably the best of both worlds. Capybaras, though, I think this is a very capable team. Looking at them, they've got not only, like I said, experience, but they've got chemistry with their core of Seabass, Grave, and J-Chans. I like that. But other than that, again, you got to show us what you're going to be made of. New season, new team, new you. What's changed? What are you going to look like?
Yeah, I mean, and what I really like is that this is, like you said, a core that's been sticking together for quite some time. A lot of familiarity between these players, these individuals, so creates a lot of interest in that department as to what things can kind of build throughout. But we can take a look at these round one matchups and kind of go through some of the teams that are going to be eyeballing playoffs, maybe eyeballing deep runs in playoffs, something that the Packers couldn't quite make happen. But obviously. Obviously, there's going to be some teams here in the Swiss stage that have a lot of name power, that have a lot of control here, and Mythic's one of them that's going to look to, I feel like, make a deep run.
Yeah, I think Mythic, honestly, I'd like to see a team like Rebel make it through, even though I don't necessarily have as much namesake to them. Akimbo, for sure, but honestly, I think there's a lot of spots up for grabs. I think these opening matchups could be huge for a lot of different teams, especially when it comes down to like those more brawly kind of games that don't necessarily have as much of a favorite in them. I think this is just a big opportunity alongside the fact that it's obviously not beating around the bush. Still not necessarily the most amount of tournaments happen in North America. In fact, I believe this is only the 4th series of North American CCT that we've had. And this is a circuit that's been going on for almost 2 years now. So it's a big opportunity in that regard. I think this is something that you could use as a resume for yourselves. Obviously, more practice to have alongside that. There's a lot of things that go into it. And I don't even necessarily think namesake is going to save a lot of teams here. I think obviously you can quickly pivot to a squad like Mythic, but I really don't think that does very much for them. I think that's a beatable squad.
Yeah, at this point, I think there's a lot of teams that are going to look to rise to the occasion. I mean, you also got VRS points into the mix there. It's always a talking factor nowadays. Making deep runs, building playoffs, and gaining ranking points is what it's all about. So I think that's going to be a big deal. We can kind of zoom in a little bit more onto our matchup here, our opening matchup of the day, and that's going to be in between Bad News Capybaras and Unjustified FE. Looking forward to seeing what can take place here in between these rosters. As we're gonna look to see what Bad News Capybaras can really make happen. I think again, like you mentioned, this is a roster that should be building up a lot of confidence. This is a ECL team here with ECL caliber players and a lot of these guys. So it's gonna be difficult for this Unjustified FE roster to play, but I think it is gonna be an interesting matchup to see what they can do up against the squad.
Yeah, and I think you kind of come into this with an advantage too, with the fact that, you know, obviously as Bad News Capybaras, you didn't necessarily have time, or at least your opponents didn't have time to maybe like anti-strat you or anything along that line.
Yeah.
But for Unjustified FE, I feel like they don't have a ton of like experience recently. There's not a lot on them, to be quite frank. Though I will say, there is chemistry to build here. I believe most of this is the core of the Ex-Wanted Goons roster. But other than that, it doesn't really seem like they get a ton of reps. And I guess at the same time, it's a double-edged sword, right? Maybe you have that unexpected factor, that explosivity coming into a series like this that could help you. You don't necessarily know how they're going to play as Bad News Capybaras, but I think that can be said for a lot of the opening matches. I honestly just expect this to be like scrappy, back and forth and at each other's throats.
I think so. I'm right there with you. I think we're going to get some back and forth here between these two rosters. Obviously, we're looking at Unjustified FE to put up some decent fight here and see what they can do. Obviously, they took a pretty tough loss. I think it was to Shimmer for one of the Impact Cups. So kind of trying to bounce back with some roster changes since then. It's going to be interesting to see if they can come back stronger here up against this squad. Take a look at the vetoes, see where we're going to be playing things out. We got Mirage to open things up. Inferno up next. Actually, yeah, we are playing with Train in the map pool, so that'll be obviously fun. I think a lot of teams are interested in banning it, but I got to watch it today versus, or it was Spirit versus Fnatic, so that was a fun time, and it feels like, it's still a map that Donk is good at, so no surprises there, but going to be interesting to see long term if we get that today. I mean, not in this veto, but closing off with Anubis here strong. We stay with some of the dusty maps.
I think just spitballing, I think Train is just really open, if that makes any sense. It feels so much different than the old Train in the sense that it's kind of hard as a CT to some degree. It feels very difficult to be that Ivy player nowadays because you have just that much more to worry about. I guess there is the extra added element that you can maybe play it like closer to Old Bomb. Hard to explain, but I think that open feel of the map helps the T's a lot. So I honestly wouldn't even be shocked if you see it more in North America play just with something like that in mind. I think it can benefit T's in that regard, and I think that's something that benefits or that plays into the region. But as you said, we're not going to see it here. These are a couple of classics, that's for sure. Mirage Inferno, it's something you're never really going to get enough of, or maybe you will, depending on if you're an Inferno hater or not, which is not cool. But I always love seeing both teams hop on these maps. I honestly think it's just where you're going to see the best of both worlds.
I've grown to like Inferno a lot more here in CS2. I think there's been some very positive changes and most of all the way that teams have been able to innovate on that map. So it's been pretty fun to see more so than recently than anything. It feels like less of a save fest. So that's very nice. So hopefully we get some exciting action on that map. But Anubis to close this out, it's going to be interesting as well. Again, like talking a little bit more about what Bad News Capybaras bring to the table, kind of highlighted that this is a team that's pretty familiar with playing at a pretty high level. Obviously like a team with the core that comes through playing quite a bit of ECL in between these players. So you're definitely going up against a pretty tough squad out of the gates with the experience. I think that's going to be a challenge for Unjustified FE to compound with that. I think, as you said, if you're a team that kind of knows these matchups in advance here and can prepare, that's not a luxury that you can really afford if you're Unjustified FE. So that's definitely going to be a we figured out who the guy on the right is. That's Mello it's Game Hunters now, I think. So just I don't know how he got in the mix there, but I like that. He's a good player. But looking forward to seeing if the side of Unjustified FE can put up much of a fight, considering the fact that a couple of luxuries have been taken away, right?
I mean, hey, look, you throw Mello in the mix, you never really know what happens. I'm just kidding. For Unjustified, I don't really know, to be completely fair. I think this is going to be one of those matchups where I have to see them come out of the gate swinging and show early on that they can, demand that respect. Because I don't really see the Bad News Capybaras as a team is going to give that off the gate. I don't think they're going to look at the namesake or look at the players on it and say, let's give them a little bit of space. Let's, try to play this smarter, not harder. I think, honestly, you're going to have to stop some potential run and gunning. I think you're going to have to earn that respect in the 1v1s early on if you want to see this go a lot longer. But I could be underselling it, obviously. I mean, as Unjustified FE, one advantage you do get, at least, is knowing that you can practice for an event. These past couple of weeks, you've been playing for this. You're going to be playing in a tournament, maybe not so much for the Bad News Capybaras. That could be a slight advantage for them. Just knowing that they were on tournament prep instead of just regular practice could be a step in the right direction. But again, it's kind of hard for me to draw advantages early on for Unjustified FE that kind of pull the bit back in their favor a little bit. And until we actually start this game, because there's really just not much on them.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the big challenge, right? You did make a roster move here in the offseason in between that last matchup that you played up against Shimmer versus now, but obviously that does lead you to try and bring up some momentum with this roster change. And unfortunately, I just haven't really seen what Viv can do on this roster so far. And long term, you know, it's going to be interesting to see in the server what can be brought to the table if we do see any improvements. Because again, just looking at that official there in between that head-to-head when they took on Shimmer, which, to be fair, you know, Shimmer, a very strong team, a lot of great players on that roster that I'm pretty familiar with in terms of casting and collegiate back in the past. But watching what this roster can do afterwards and up against some of the better, more caliber teams to start out with, it's going to be a big challenge for sure.
Yeah, but the thing to me is, like, it's not even necessarily the fact that it was a close game. Well, maybe it is the fact that it wasn't a close game. That's my biggest issue with it, right? It's not necessarily that it was super close, and we can give all the credit in the world to Shimmer, but it doesn't necessarily push me in the right direction. I mean, look, you take a couple rounds, you make it close on, I believe, one of the maps. It's not like you were speechless in it, but the fact is, the only like leverage we can give to Unjustified is that they had like one close map against a good team, and I want to see something more. Like, I want to see them actually take something across the finish line. I want to see them actually take a team like to the brink on both maps, make it super scary, make it super stressful. And I think at least maybe starting on the T side of Mirage, you can do that. I said early on, you're going to have to earn this respect, and I'd say this is the side you want to start on to do it.
T side of Mirage, no better place to do it there. We'll see if all that experience pays off out of the gates as we hop on into the action, our opening map here of CCT North America Series number 4 here in Season 2. So looking forward to seeing some of the action that we have here from some of the North American squads. Here we got Mama Alien and also Space Bogdan. So I like the names already, going for it out of this world theme, but already knocked out of the server pretty quickly. Here with a quick opening duel, holding on to the CT control as they collapse in. Nice shots rolling on out here. Missing that flashbang, though, to take charge through CT. They still don't have that, so it's a head-to-head between the USPs and the Glocks. And the USPs come out on top with the numbers game as well. So retake successful for Bad News Capybaras. They start off well.
Yeah, that's hard. That's hard going into it. I mean, you knew that you wanted site control, you needed to take something, and as soon as that flash misses, you almost know it's curtains. It doesn't necessarily help that I think the spacing was a little off when they were getting into CT spawn. It kind of felt like some wanted to stay back on site, try to play the post from there, maybe take a fight towards stairs or con, but it's so tough to pull that back. At least you get a bomb plant, though, so obviously the world's your oyster when it comes to second round investments, and I think they've already gone for the headstrong play of buying. But what now? They don't have a lot of utility. Again, this time a couple more flashes to throw into the mix, but you kind of got to explode onto somewhere. I don't really think you could play the long con this round.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I mean, tough to play it slow with the sort of weaponry that's being brought to the table. So they will kind of get a quick pace to this one. Flashes execution standard straight towards that A side. Grave locking down a couple of quick ones from the top of the stairs, yet to be taken care of as well. There's the CT smoke as well as the flashbang. So maybe we're talking another bomb plant at the very least. Numbers being punched in. Can start that timer up against him. That CT smoke being blown open, though, forces a lot of discomfort flying past it. You're jumping straight through the smoke, getting active. Past that, Jay Chan's going to shut it down, though, pretty quickly, and Gabe following suit. So all is well on the side of Bad News Capybaras, but Unjustified coming up with a decent little execute.
Yeah, they're getting these bomb plants early on. I mean, it does kind of feel like they're only a hop, skip, and a jump away from one of these rounds falling in their lap, but it probably won't be this next one. Eventually, you're going to have to let that dam burst open and take a save. It's this play at the start, too, which really murders them, right? Usually, I feel like you want to have that second flash come over so you can ensure that if somebody is playing anti-flash on stairs, you can't do something like that. But alongside that, I mean, it's just a great play from Grave to beat the timing on that smoke. And all's well that ends well, really, for the Capybaras. They had info early on, too. I love the choreographed play at the start. Obviously, it's basic. Just throw that molly, but they jump out mid. They find out early on if Unjustified is going to go for a pop there. And I think early on in this game, too, you're going to see them take some space.
Yeah, for sure. You can hear Laffy T's hearing a whole lot of action towards the apartment side of things. 35 bullets in that Galil, only a single kill on offer. So much damage, though, done in return. Another bomb plant could be brought to the table there. Sticking that plant. Oh, but the backside just shown enough Space Bogdan and Mama Alien out.
So, every round this game on Justify's gotten 1 kill. It's only been on the Laffy teams. It's only been to him. So, like, on the pistol, he starts mid, dies. On the second, he starts mid, rotates in mid, into A, dies. The third round, he's playing his anchor job at B, and of course, they rush B.
Just also completely on an island, just solo. His closest rotate, just sitting in the middle of mid. No luck there, but Space Bogdan out towards a quick mid duel. And Laffy T's the target. Finally, someone else will join him in the graveyard. That's actually Grave. And a 3v3 to settle up on. It's unjustified to have the entries, have the opening impact, but a risky move through that smoke. It levels the playing field, or rather, changes the playing field in Bad News Capybara's favor. So a 3v2 action now left, and I'm an alien, and the new player on the block here in Viv have to step up in the clutch.
It's tricky too, because Bad News Capybaras are not isolating whatsoever. And they have a ton of utility to help them out here. So as soon as you actually want to stick this plant, they can throw in nades, mollies galore, but they're not going to let you get that far. Instead, no bomb plant in sight. It's just another shutdown round for the Bad News Capybaras, making it quick, making it look easy.
Not too bad there. It's kind of funny that Laffy T's is just the seemingly the heat-seeking missile for Unjustified's bullets, but
It's the beacon, bro.
that just means everyone else has to be close by to him to trade. That's the principle that News Capybaras live by. Seen some very fast moves so far from this T side at the moment. Nothing but quick pace, and that'll remain true. Now, look at this. Util's out somehow, though able to escape. As Seabass looks to recover with 2 kills and a trade. A 3v3 again. Laffy T's now sitting some bullets back in return to Unjustified, which finally a little bit of relief as things settle, though. 3v2 and Viv has just flipped the net big time. Tough shot. Manages to connect on the Laffy T's. And a 2v2 now finds the B bomb site. A bomb plant for Cat as well, so opening promise in this post plant.
And he gets the timing too. Grave knows both of them has snuck over to Catwalk, so he cleans up the round again with just ease. It's so unfortunate too, because you see they get that timing up Cat in order to take down T's and Van, but right back at you, Grave does the exact same thing. It was the second they turned away from that window hold too, which is so unfortunate.
The timing's right there, back and forth, just pretty unbelievable, but CS timing gives and takes, it seems. And so far, again, Unjustified still yet to really play these slow rounds out. Keeping Bad News Capybaras on their toes. I mean, last round it kind of worked out for them as well. You finally got to see them find some opening duels off the back of that just very high-octane Counter-Strike, so maybe a part of that principle, hoping that they can catch Bad News Capybaras off guard by playing with this speed. Ooh! Oh, that's a good flash there, but it's vision before it pops.
I like this. This is really good from Unjustified FE. And last couple of rounds, it's just been quick rush, go in. But now they're picking them off piece by piece, ready for these pushes on the extremities to come in. Capybaras, they've kind of struggled when it comes to these defensive holds, I'd say to some degree, even though the rounds don't necessarily depict it. Now it's J-Chance to try and earn that right back. He and Gabe alone will have to pull this one off, but so much space given, not a lot taken. A head needs to be ripped if they want to come back to even footing. And they're going to go challenge the Opera at A. J-Chance, set up and primed for success, gets away from the utility.
She can't get on that line either, so left outside looking in on this smoke. Jumping on the top ropes of Ticket, and sides turned. So ADK hits a deck, and J-Chance sends Pippy Sippy slipping on the A side. That is unbelievable. Straight through the smoke. And Bad News Capybaras move on up. J-Chance, what a shot.
I mean, this is the right read from Unjustified too, it feels, right? They wait, they play it slow, they let Bad News Capybaras extend their foot a little bit, and they get kills on both ends of the map. They take down the con lurk, they take down the ramp push. You know you've got A weakened, so you know when stuff hits the fan, that's where you're going to try and attack. But as soon as you go in, the timing favors the Capybaras. It's so unfortunate. And they don't even get a bomb plant, so can't even have that on their shoulders.
I'm right there with you. Great read. Good smoke towards CT, just missing out on that opportunity at the trade. Back towards middle now. Smoke goes in towards window, well timed. Great entry coming through from Viv. The second though, Seabass denies that much, and the collapse coming through from the rest of the squad. There's a trade attempt. Nice move from ADK. Sliding through the underpass, taking HEs, taking fire, and running away from the AWP for now, but can't escape the collapse from Bad News Capybaras. So, successful collapse in. Man advantage maintained. And again, last ditch effort towards this A side in recovery.
They're given chances though. Space Bogan has an opportunity to even the odds here, but nah, it's just not gonna work against Grave. And they know Mama Alien stuck in ramp. There's no way she's getting away from this one alive. Happy tease. Nice shot. Honestly, I love this round from the Capybaras because it just feels like it's this three-pronged approach from mid where you have that first piece of info being taken. It doesn't really feel good that Gabe goes down on Cat early on, but they're ready for something to go wrong. You see them reapproach mid twice that round with two different looks. One of which is when they have that second player slide in from Cat after you think you have that one guy isolated in lower mid. And then as soon as you get that trade, as soon as Space Bogan comes out from under, finds the trade through Amali, guess what? There's a third player through Khan. Capybaras knew at every step of the way how they were going to retake mid.
Yeah, that's the tough part about playing up against this cohesive Bad News Capybaras roster out of the gates. Is that you do have to deal with a team who's got a foundation set in stone, and they've had that foundation for quite a while. But again, good A execute here. Utility to scale into this bomb site and target now straight towards CT. Grave getting caught with utility. Has to steady himself. There's ADK. Blasts him out of the server. And the retake effort is on quick through CT. Gabe chasing down these kills and eventually will find one. J-Chance around the corner bins a bullet. And a 2v3 again here left on Justified. Mama Alien back against the wall. Managed to make it out here for now. Swinging for a second there. Nails Seabass, but the trade comes through. Actually, it is Seabass that lands the trade. Laffy Tees is the one that falls, but either way, Bad News Capybaras still remaining flawless.
That was just another great round from Unjustified that just doesn't fall their way. They get this first pick on CT spawn, but it's just too passive, right? This isn't necessarily a pistol round or an eco round or a second round where they aren't going to have flashes to retake something like CT spawn. You have to get a little proactive, and you see how much emphasis they put there. There's a difference. You know, you put one player there, just keeping tabs on CT, how maybe even two, that's fine. But Unjustified FE's post plant hinged on having CT control, and just having a one-man advantage isn't really enough for that. They had to find out, or at least demand respect out of the Capybaras, which again, they still kind of haven't.
Yeah, I mean, the foundation that's being set here, these post plants that they're finding consistently are good. Just difficult to get much past those. Especially if you're getting into those post plants with man deficits. Makes it pretty difficult. Viv flying through middle at the moment. Great entry opening up onto Grave early on, but the collapse again coming through from this CT side. Still holding on to the numbers game there. And a big swing from Viv. Opens up now a clutch chance here for J-Chance. Who slides his way through CT slowly but surely, but the bomb... Where's the bomb? Oh, it's down towards top of middle, so it's going to be a little extra delay before the bomb even makes it that way. J-Chance going to get spotted. Sees both. And that should be the bomb heading over towards B, I'd imagine, here to close out the round. And a bit of an awkward standoff here for now. J-Chance finally realizing.
This could kind of hurt them, though. I mean... For a moment in time, I thought J-Chance was going to read under the fact that this was a fake. It's been taking a long time for them to actually do something with it. And I'd imagine at this point, you're just going to round this off as a save. Maybe steal a kill away with you in the end. But, I mean, there's been a lot of these rounds where we've kind of looked back and I think have mutually agreed. I mean, it was a great look from Unjustified, just didn't fall their way. This is what happens when things do fall their way a little bit. And they even dropped the op at the end, too. So, while money's not a big issue right now, maybe put the pressure on toward the end. Give yourself a fighting chance as the half switch comes in.
Build something here. We'll see. Unjustified can build upon that foundation. Money's not crazy out of control because of a couple of close situations, so by no means is Unjustified out of things here in terms of breaking past. Flash is going towards middle here. J-Chance leading the tip of the spear, but trying to find those kills, not connecting just until that utility, that extra bit from Laffy T's comes through, and eventually the positive trade rolling out for Bad News Capybaras, holding onto this mid control and aggressing forward as a sacrifice for some space towards A, so an opportunity for Unjustified to maybe make a move, but Graves already come through and filled the hole.
But it is just him, so not a too big to fail defense just yet, though a lot of times given and a head's taken away. Nice shot from Pippi. And they've again been thrusted out of this A side's defense. They have to retake through CT spawn, but it's like Unjustified are ready for this. They know that this is soon to come. Every single round, this has been the primary focus of the retaking Bad News Capybaras. CT spawn, trades are in left, right, and center, and as the dust settles, it's Pippi left in a 1v1 versus Gabe, who's not rocking a hell of a lot of utility, nor most notably a kit. It's something he has to pick up on the site's re-entrance with the smoke thrown on the bomb. Pippi is ready for his arrival and tells him to meet the same fate his teammates did. Just like that, Unjustified are starting to fight back.
What a clutch coming through. Pippi Sippy out of Palace with a couple of quick shots there, always available for a trade. A lot of unity in this post plant this time around, and as I highlighted, getting into these positions to lock themselves down a post plant quite a bit, but never being able to really consistently get it across the finish line. Well, now with 2 in a row, you immediately force Bad News Capybaras onto an eco.
What?
Wow. That looks like a...
Is it 3 simultaneous?
Yeah,
flags?
3 crashes? Is it It's Tuesday. It's about that time of
no way,
the week there where we see Valve update. Oh,
you think there's an update?
Well, or not an update, but sometimes there's a lot of like maintenance or whatever.
Ah, that didn't happen till like 7 though.
Maybe, I don't know. I just know it happens on Tuesdays.
So TikTok, fellas, TikTok.
TikTok. Don't take away my sweet app.
I knew you were gonna say something.
I love TikTok. I need it.
Man, I'd say you have a problem, but here I am going to bed at 2 a.m. and falling asleep at 3:30.
So yeah, I can watch my TikTok.
Yeah, you can have them. You can have them. It's all right. Don't worry. I stayed off of social media on Sunday.
I think that's for the best.
It absolutely was.
You don't need to be going off on a rant page saying, fire the coach, fire the coach.
No. Crazy that they want to fire the coach, by the way. I was never against him. I thought the OC was the problem. But another story, another day. I'm just saying you guys are carried. But that's fine. It's funny, too, because I actually wanted to go to that game. I was talking about
I was gonna go to that game as well.
I was talking to my mother about
finals.
Like I've never seen a NFL game, so I was like, I mean, when's the next time Green Bay is gonna be this close, right? So like 4 hours, why not? Mother said on Saturday, and I quote, "I think you're probably glad we didn't go to that game now."
Yeah.
What was really funny is after the opening kickoff fumble, my mother texted me seconds after I screamed when I was at my buddy's house an hour and a half away. Said, "I can hear you screaming from here. Shut up."
That's funny.
That was crazy. She called me out.
I could hear you all the way in Philly. Or maybe that was just our fans getting hyped.
I'll say it, bro.
You best. A little bit of dodge flash there. Didn't expect Space Bogdan to be in his orbit. There's Cable. Knock out a quick headshot. And a little traffic jam inside the window. Not a lot of space to move around there, but...
That's the classic. Hold up, I just got a Steam message.
That's the perfect place to wait right there. What is happening?
What the?
Whoa! What is that? That's incredible! Oh my god! Well, I'm an alien. It's been on the crosshair every which way there for a couple of injuries in the most awkward fashion. On that motion towards 8th into Palace, and Viv gets caught with a little bit of 4x3 right there. Viv jumping out the window to claim the finishing blow there. Unjustified, building momentum here on this T side.
You know, waking up in the morning every day as a native player, it's kind of like I get out of bed, hear the birds chirping, nice beautiful sunrise with a great mug of coffee in my hand. It's a perfect life. And I wish more people would join me in it. I feel like there's actually been a drop-off of people using, like, different reses in CS2.
Yeah, yeah, drop off in that everyone goes onto 4x3 like a grown adult.
A grown adult who just didn't see the player in window, I see. Alright, well. Same grown adult who just got his revenge in ramp, I see. My bad. My bad.
It's those bigger player models that help him get there. That 1280 life, living lavish. Let's get another player up situation here. Pippi holding down the line towards window. Patience paying off in a big way. And compared to how they started off this half on Justify, where they would just, you know, as fast as they can, push into a bomb site. Well, now we're seeing them slow down rounds, play things a little bit, you know, carefully with some patience, and it's working wonders for them. They're getting those early pickoffs there, and I think Capybara's walking right into their crosshair.
Yeah, and right now they're going for a big gamble. Instead of taking space on B, you took the other route, which is go for that gamble stack, rotate in, hope that they end up finishing to this side of the map, but it's just not going to be the case. And by the time they figure it out, Unjustified FB are going to have themselves another very solid post plant. This time, I'd like to see them commit a little more to their avenues of attack, but if left CT pretty much entirely open, saying if you want it, you can have it. Instead, we'll fight Con. Which doesn't seem to be an ideal play just yet. In fact, knowing where both remaining players are doesn't do them much justice. Good flash, 80k set up well. The kills have yet to follow suit. That nade's the only thing they're going to have to assist their cause. Second dice, though, from Ramp has turned the tides of this retake entirely. Pippi Sippy has put it all on the game. He doesn't have a lot to help him out. Nice crossover on Ramp, 80k and hot water as she gets pushed down from the other side. Gabe's got a kit. Now you've got to start worrying. Actually, no, he doesn't. Tap to bait up the peak, exactly what he's looking for, and there should be just enough time to pull the defuse at the end. So for a moment there, it looked like Unjustified were going to get 4 in a row.
Yeah, almost a clutch opportunity offered up, and can't quite make it happen there. Pippi Sippy in those post plants has been very impressive with the positioning. There's too much to ask when that low on HP, and the 2v3 doing good work to claw it back. Unjustified end up with 3. And not a bad half there, all things considered. The slow start that they had, I should say fast start that they had in terms of the aggression, but then the slow plays really working in their favor.
And you only wonder if they would have had that employed earlier on in the half, what this legitimately would have looked like, because there has been some human side to Capybaras that hasn't necessarily been fully exploited just yet. This pistol could be big though, Unjustified. I think this map kind of lives and dies on pulling this one off, and feels like both of them are playing like it. Unjustified, they're not doing anything too crazy out of pocket, but the bad news Capybaras are letting Unjustified have this time to think out and figure out what's going to happen. Upcon they go with not a lot of resistance right now, but a lot of note on where this attack is coming. 80k and CT, her getting that one is huge. Now everything's going to start to collapse against the Capybaras. Pippi Sippy's come through this con smoke. Everybody can't seem to get a wind of what's going on, and at this point, the round's just falling apart. Bomb's still on your player and Ramp, sure, but it's a 1v5, and he's the one unarmored player. He was the setup. He had the flash, the last to go in, but now it's just the last to fall, as there's no way you pull this back. They're not going to let you have the chance either. Barely anybody peeking.
Grave just left with no options. Where's the reroute now? I guess it could go B. A long route that way, but bit of a race now. They're going to hear the steps in apartments. That's going to be the warning sign. Everyone going to start to rotate over, and we'll see what Grave can do. Jumping out of the pallet or apartment side of things. Already taking some contact. A little bit overwhelmed here with his back against the wall. Managed to find a kill there.
Whoa!
Second. Hold on.
Whoa!
A third. Making the impossible happen somehow. Grave with one more opportunity, but gets shut down in the end. And the saving grace coming on through there on Justified. They stay alive and fight through the 1v4, but Grave almost makes him pay.
I don't even know how you make it that close. That's absurd, right? I mean, this big hole that's abused on the rotation, but I mean, I'm just shocked. It almost feels like those are the moments, right? When you get that third kill, when it's down to the one-on-one, your boots are shaking, your heart's racing. You think like this is where this clutch comes in, but honestly, that's huge that Space Bogan doesn't let that drop. And even though you lose a couple of players, it's not going to hurt you much at the end of the day. Still a force buy from the Capybaras, one to end this early. They've got one AK on J-Chance. Outside that, it's just hopes and dreams, and maybe a couple of pistols, but those hopes are answered early.
Yeah, and there's an upgrade to be picked up there. P9 gathered. And opening duel successful already. Utility raining out. Some more damage done. That top con smoke mixed with a window smoke opens up an avenue towards that B side. Or at least puts the pressure on that could be the direction that they head. No real jump in the gun just yet, though, for Bad News Capybaras, who remain very patient, remain very slow, evacuate middle in the mid-round, and then looking to set their sights towards B. And in doing so, I mean, they're really manipulating the rotate perfectly here. This is just in time for an extra rotate to dip out. And for Viv to be left all alone.
Viv's defense is everything. And how you use the smoke is even bigger. Love that. Just dropping it, make you think you've crossed back over to jail, and they're all going to start clearing that. Maybe a quick check of van, but not anything all that crazy. Bomb dropped, MP9's here, and time's running low. This is where problems really start to occur. Trade. Instant comes through from Laffy. Tease. Couple of whiffs gives him a chance back in, too. That man advantage dangles over the head of Unjustified as they split up for this rotate. It's not going to do him much justice. Space Bogan, the hero of last round, hasn't provided them an out here, and now it's 50-sip and already a kill on her plate. 3 more seems a little unmanageable, and with that spray through the smoke, it's all but secured. Bad News Capybaras, it's their, I'd say, evaded 10th, one that finally comes into their back pocket.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being put right there on the B hold. Those flashes that rain over, incredibly well placed. And, I mean, even Viv with a big opportunity to line up a couple of kills, but managing to disrupt that much with the flashbangs, I think, makes the job very difficult. You can see that those positions already become all the more powerful with every second that flash remains. So, very difficult situation to get past. Now Justified into a timeout here off the back of that round loss. I think kind of feeling the pressure there, knowing that pistol was an avenue that they could really take the reins in this first, or second half rather, in an early fashion, as opposed to having to build back late like they did in the last. And unfortunately with it, they've got to make do with picking up the pieces.
Yeah, a lot of hope kind of fades after that pistol, but it's not like they're speechless here. You know, a couple of pistols back, maybe you pull something off with these in 5.7s, but honestly, if I'm looking at anybody, it's Mama Alien and Space Bogan, who have been, I think, pretty big for them. Viv's had a silently good game, but when I think impact, I've been thinking of those two in this map. And right now, it's not all that hopeful. They're about to walk on to A, and it's pretty much a dry run.
Yeah, I mean, the positive sign that you can look towards is there's not a lot of runway here, so sure, maybe they called the wrong bomb site stack, but in theory, they can save all these weapons, or as much as possible, and then you still have 2 force buys for the price of 1. So, some sort of positive in that sense, and gives you an opportunity to win around here, more so if you're just on the right call here out of the gates. Unfortunately for them, Bad News Capybaras coast into 11 likely. And now the hunt is on here for Gabe, who's just feasting up these kills on the outro. I'm an alien taken down low, and the chase is in for the rest. Space Bogan able to find some success there, but chased down eventually, and Mama Alien gonna have to run away here as much as possible. So now you kind of mark out that opportunity when everyone falls here in the end, and those force buys are gonna be costly.
That's gonna hurt, man. So much for having that second round force buy behind you. But honestly, it's about what you'd expect, right? They know what buy they're going up against, so they send those SMGs out on an adventure. And once you get all that Liberty and T-spawn, once they give you that many kills, not entirely shocking to see what happen. But at this point, you can kind of tell the Bad News Capybaras don't want to throw much complexity to it. Instead, they're just going to start going A. See if you can't stop it. USP's a walk-in prowess, though. Got the right idea, just maybe not the tools for the job, as Laffy T's in the grave make quick work of what was probably going to be a quick round regardless. And Viv is on the wrong side of the planet to contend against this. Capybaras have earned themselves map point.
I'm moving on up here. Trying to close this one out with some confidence. Oh.
Oh my god.
Z-Best. Gives him a little warning drop right there, Assassin's Creed style. With the stiletto. Is that a stiletto? I think it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
I
no,
said
you
that a
don't know
little
your
too
knives?
confident right there.
This guy
No,
talked to me about
I've got a gut
ball
knife.
knowledge. All right.
I've got a gut knife.
Broke.
That's...
What
I'm not
color's
broke,
your knife,
I'm
bro?
just,
What color's your knife?
I'm just retro, you know, I'm, old
Miss
school.
that guy.
He's still with us. He's one Discord call away.
No. What isn't a Discord call away is this game from saving is again Bad News Capybaras. It's just an A exec. What can you do about it? Unjustified, that's the question. Pop open the smoke and get a kill, that's a good response. But how many more of those you got in store? Because you're gonna need 3 or 4 if you really want to lock this one down, and Gabe's been flashed through the smoke. I don't know if you're entirely ready for this much of a push.
Wow.
1v1 taken and 1v1 won. They even the odds out rather quickly. Gabe's on 20 HP, but they don't seem too quick to try and come back in to reclaim this lost ground. Pippy Sippy's the only one in the relative vicinity, and the AWP won't make that health matter. You just gotta hit your shot, and unfortunately, Gabe's the one who does it quicker. So as they all come pathing back in from connector, it feels like it might be a sign of the times. The headshot angle given, the kills being taken, and soon the game being won with it. The Capybaras gave a couple away in that first half, and with a slight tumble at the beginning of the second, rather outside of it, wasn't really much of a contest for them.
Yeah, I mean, those 3 rounds in a row looked very cohesive for Unjustified, playing post plants incredibly well, things of that nature. We knew this was going to be some tough competition, but I'm definitely impressed with the dynamic, range that they were able to put. We saw both very fast-paced, aggressive motions from Unjustified, where it seemed like when they realized that didn't work out early for their T side, they were able to adjust into a much slower pace, and that sort of ability to adapt goes to show that this roster has a lot of depth despite making a recent roster change. So decent little showing there, but obviously we got a new Bad News Capybaras coming into this one. We're going to be the roster to show this confidence, to show this ability, and they bring that through that confidence in this matchup already.
Yeah, but with that in mind, it's not like I'm entirely lost of faith in this Unjustified side. As we said, there were some good things to have about that T side in specific, where a couple of rounds after playing with the pace a little bit, they caught Unjustified off guard, or not Unjustified, the Capybaras off guard. They found and earned opening picks. Some of those post plants looked really good. And now with that in mind, maybe it can bolster your confidence, but that's only to be decided when we come back into Inferno. Maybe with the slate wiped clean, we'll see more of a competitive affair, only to be determined when we come back from this break. Holy rust, man. Hate the first game. Well, it seems we find ourselves in an optimistic spot for Unjustified. Honestly, even though the score might have ended one-sided for the Capybaras, I am not completely out of faith. I still think there's a world we can see Unjustified be competitive in the second map, especially with some of the good looks they had. I think obviously you've got to play to your strengths for sure, but they did one thing, and that's demand some respect on that first side. They stopped the Capybaras from just all out running it down. They changed up their pace a little bit. They had the Capybaras confused for a couple of rounds, it felt too. There are some advantages to ride on here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you there. I think that what we saw going through entirely out of the slow-paced T sides that we got, it felt like we're very cohesive. They played off of each other incredibly well in those post planes. Those are all fundamentals that you have to have in order to take down tough teams, and they were able to bring that to the table. And you know, despite the one-sided defeat, I think that they can, if they show that same level, at least be able to fight back here for another map. So I've got some good expectations for Unjustified, but obviously, again, the level of competition that they're going up against is just so severe that it does feel like a tough matchup.
I mean, I don't think there's necessarily an easy draw for them when it comes to this bracket. There's a lot of teams like this that might necessarily be mixes with a lot of ECL experience. Obviously, it's a bit different for the Bandits Capybaras. Point is, eventually is Unjustified. You've got to overcome a hurdle like this if you want to become a name in this tournament, let alone in the region. And I'm trying to ride the highs for them because I do thoroughly think they can get a couple of good rounds under their belt. They can make this competitive, but still, for what it's worth, this should be the Capybaras series to lose. There shouldn't be a ton about it, and I don't really see a huge world we go to Anubis. I see a small one, obviously, but it's just the fact that Unjustified, they didn't necessarily look that well managed at some points. Now that I've talked about the ups, I can talk about the downs. There were a lot of those rounds where they would get an opening pick or they would get that bomb plant we saw at the beginning. I think 3 or 4 back-to-back bomb plants that never really amassed all that much because it was just an instant retake. We saw that shift toward the end of the half. But when it comes to playing around one another and great spacing, efficient trading, that is something that was a little absent from Unjustified that I'd like to see a bit more of. But it's the CT side they'll start out on this time, obviously. Didn't look so great for them on Mirage outside of the pistol. I hope to see that change.
We'll see quickly what they can bring to the table as we hop on into the action here on Inferno. Ready to roll on through this second map. See what sort of fight Unjustified have for us. Got a nice little slow pace to this pistol. A little clearing for some control here in the early stages as we see what they are up to later down the line. Seems like at the end of this one, 2 players towards B and then 3 players towards A. So maybe throwing a little bit of a fake, but saw them try this similar thing on Mirage and it did not go well for them. This time, they've got an open bomb site.
At the same time, it's a 5-on-3. Now, there is obviously the retake Unjustified. I feel like you must have had something in your back pocket for if it were to be an A hit, and hopefully you see the best of that. But this is going to mean they have to have some pretty spectacular timing and efficiencies. Right now, they've already killed half of their own timer. Grave, a couple of pop shots, but the most important thing is the fact that he doesn't get any kills, and now it puts pressure on the pit player. Seabass, a majority of them start running up on him in lane with this crossfire. It's so damn difficult to break, and this is the problem with not having kits. You don't give yourself a lot of time to really try and put that pressure on the other players. Yeah, Seabass was a little worried, but Black Tees wasn't, Grave wasn't, and kind of the victim of that no kit in that round. It really just hurts, man. And Grave does his job so well too. Just buys time, starts to misconstrue this Unjustified defense, trying to get back in. Do we take this fight on Boiler? Do we worry about him in apps? Well, it seemed like they picked wrong at both ways, and now the Capybaras find themselves the winners of the pistol.
Yeah, well handled. Got bad news Capybaras bringing in some bad news Capybaras running it up towards this B side here already, putting the pressure on. But yeah, I mean the lack of kits here, kind of heavily rotating, all of those create a lot of discomfort, and at the end of the day end up falling victim to a tough position this time. They're just going to go into B off the back of this early control. Do they have any long-term plans to head in the other direction?
They're going to walk up on an isolated man. It's not like you're going to get this one very far. Space Bogan would love to see her pick up one, but in all likelihood, this is probably just the fire quickly being put out and the site very being theirs. It is going to be the first back in to respond. Not like they have anything to help their cause, though. And at this point, I feel like you kind of got to play the numbers advantage and hope that maybe 3 of you going in through CT can get you a kill. Really like this round's worth saving. Pistol Seabass, though. That's a big opportunity. He's low. That's a kill you can potentially get. Anything really helps in a round like this, but also denying money. Not exactly what they're playing for, it seems. Capybara is that. I mean, I don't know if we've seen a round where they get a flawless one like that. Even in the first game, I feel like there would always be some sort of fight from Unjustified there. They kind of just got run over. Back, though. Pistols.
Yeah. We're rocking with the USBs. Been able to do some decent damage in the past with it, but on this case, get blasted, move on up and set your focus on the first gun round here coming up. Which we'll see if that provides some stability in the CT side, this defense that they have being brought together. The bonus up against them at the moment.
Exact too. Again, this is one thing you have to earn Unjustified. I talked about it coming in. I'm going to talk about it again. Can you stop this? Can you make these pushes, these execs, these raw fights not work? So far, not really going their way. The fact that the SMG is the first to find a kill and they don't even get a trade on the rifles doesn't bode well, and I don't even think this is worth a retake if you ask me. Mama Alien and 80k, they've got 2 rifles they can certainly use in this next round. I don't think they'll be game changers, but it's something, and that's reality they quickly realize as they back into Speedway. It's not like the fight's over there. I think they're going to get hungry for a hunt. Seabass is already walking up Banana. It's not like this is free.
Not free by any means there. Just double up there, identifying where that stack is there remaining and trying to take care of those saving players. That silence could be helpful, but it feels like they might not cross each other's path at this point. He starts to get loud about this, and at least they get to hold on to their guns, but that is a pretty quick motion on the first gun round there. And very successful on the side of Bad News Capybaras.
Gonna be a lot more where that came from, so it's not like Unjustified have to count themselves out yet, but I'd like to see them get a little more aggressive at the start. It does kind of feel like they are, to a degree, respecting the Capybaras a bit too much. And, I mean, everywhere you look, it feels like there's a lot of vacancies to abuse. This time, completely different world as they walk all the way down into ult mid. 2 kills are awarded to them. That's not the round just yet, and unfortunately, they stay around for a little bit too long, so Pippy Sippy falls victim. Both sites are now isolated. You have to pull that rotation over. You have to support one another. At least it feels it. Space Bogan's going to walk back down through that. 2 people are looking at this, and it's not going to end well. Mama Alien wondering what went so wrong after the initial push. Well, she's going to have to answer that one herself, because it's not like this is unfeasible. J-Chance, Grave, both walking wounded. Seabass is the one you have to worry about, and that Molly could have easily given away this round, but a couple extra seconds. Repositions herself. A couple of confident steps will lead her back into lane. Currently, nobody looking at this angle just yet, but you lose Seabass, or if you give way just a little too much, then things are going to come falling apart. Grave, you could see he's eager to try and take this fight, but eventually the crossfire will have to do it in, and there goes Seabass, the one guy you couldn't lose, but Grave's got things under control. The Capybaras avoid failure.
Avoid a very scary end result there. That clutch going the wrong way. Not going to allow that to happen, though. 7-1 at the moment, and completely just taking control of this early part. I like the pace change, though. I mean, I kind of highlighted that Unjustified have slowed things down a lot since the opening stage of this game on Mirage, so they finally speed it back up there. And it almost worked out for them. So again, being able to bring that range, crucial detail here in this matchup, it seems.
Well, the crucial detail is going to be not letting these entries find this much success. They've just walked in, and again, there's not an answer. You know the story of Inferno. I mean, it's not entirely shocking to see situations like this just saved, called off, unjustified. That's a reality. Again, they're soon going to have to start considering Viv, wondering if it's even worth going back in just yet. Little do they know, these players are on a measly less than 50 HP. And the pressure's being put on from the flank. Now you've got to worry about this, and they want to cut this out. They want to take the fight to Viv. I don't know if that's necessarily the play, though. Seabass runs in, players are falling, and you've left the entire site's defense to a 25 HP game who can't land a shot. Both stuck in banana. He's soon to be isolated by a smoke. This could necessarily work. They're already on the bomb, not spamming the right way. Pippy Sippy. The balls of steel have just won them the round, just fully sticking at protecting the president, and it works.
Yeah, I mean, just super clutch in these late round situations, and again, maybe jumping the gun a little bit on how comfortable that situation was in the post plant. They end up kind of moving a little too quickly away from that bomb site, getting too comfortable, and that creates a lot of problems here for Bad News Capybaras to let a round slip, especially when you still have that smoke deployable for closing statement of that round. So letting a round slide on by there is like, oh, that's a beautiful nade, and it actually lands the kill. I think they were going maybe for a deep apartments peek there on catching the HE and then having to sit and run through the Molotov while you're at it is a nightmare combo.
Hurts. 80K is in a very good spot, though. It seems like Capybaras want to go in front of the smoke. For a moment, I thought they were just going to try and beat it. Instead, they'll wait a little bit, but no, not for it to fade.
Ooh.
Good flash. Almost gets a multi, but now problems arise because Graves just clothesline Space Bogan. Rotating over. That's not even the person taking the fight. They'll take it for sure. Op peeks back in, and that's not what you want to be giving away. You talk about running through nades and mollies. They almost did it again, but at least this time they'll get away with the op. For now, I already saw the Capybaras aren't scared of hunting, but this one may be at least a little bit earned.
Left into an immediate save. I mean, the perfect flashbang off the peak as well. Just need to have the huge multi to back that one up, and you can't provide that sort of quickness on the kills. So, Pippy Sippy and Mama Alien happy that they can hold on to this weaponry, but that's not a guarantee right now. With the low HP bars and the quick chase, the trades will be available, and Seabass with a jumping shot will capitalize. So, ends up still going in favor. Bad News Capybaras either way, but then walking away with an extra prize there, and that's a couple kills as the cherry on top.
And again, we kind of find ourselves at the spot where it feels like the Capybaras just can do whatever they want. I mean, we haven't even really seen a ton of B hits outside of the round where they get the ninja defuse. I don't even know if I can call it a ninja, but point is, it's just been a lot of A hits, and unjustified. To their credit, they have been kind of malleable. They've been moving around with what they've done. They've stacked up Arch. They've put the op over there. They've put a player in pit. They've tried to take apps. They've tried to take alt mid. Just nothing seems to be working. And the bottom line is they always find themselves stuck back to these pistols. And this time, they're going to try to take the fight to the Capybaras. Viv going up on the broken wall at the perfect time as soon as Amali's pulled. And yeah, the trade comes in.
Ooh.
That's still big. It puts the pressure back on that op and the man advantage in Unjustified's hands.
Shot right there to follow it up. Op recovered. Round up in the air because of it, but again, you still have to lean on those retakes here if you want to kind of stay afloat at the moment, as they're looking to maybe just hold on to the weaponry. It seems not super interested in making an effort on into this one, and yeah, holding on to the guns is what they'll elect to do. Send Space Bogan in.
I like this.
Yeah, get a couple extra kills while you're at it, and that bomb does a lot of damage, so that can help out as well. And poof, that's instantly dismissed.
Oh, I like the idea. It was a nifty try, right? You wanted to maybe catch them as they backed away, or you could try to doja it, sit in the apartments, get a couple of tags on the people saving a pit. But it doesn't seem to crumble their way again. Unjustified. It's a tale of stories we've already said. kind of feels like there's not an X factor right now for them. ADK's been holding their own, but outside of that, we haven't necessarily seen this op pop off as much. It's had its moments, and yeah, she is the one to credit for their one round, but it doesn't really feel like there's a huge threat right now for the Capybaras.
Yeah, they're taking map control with, maximum efficiency. Being able to take it without meeting too much resistance, it feels like, as well. And when things go wrong on one side of the map, it feels like they can answer it back with space on the other. There's a Halls pop, though, and Viv able to hold down the line for a single. The trades and the entries that come afterwards set the tone for the round. Site gonna be claimed. Hopeful smoke spam. Not connected at the moment, and there's some shots still being popped off. Some opportunities still aligned. Here, J-Chance gets chased down by the AK. Mama Alien with some speed on this retake effort to make it happen here. Still opportunities available as the HE does even more damage onto Laffy T's. There's some good shots here as they try and run past the smoke, though. It's still that A side of Inferno. Still incredibly challenging to retake. One more kill for ADK as the time ticks away. Low HP with the USP. ADK has to find the bomb and defuse it. Is there enough time? It's going to be incredibly close. And I don't think she has it. Not quite in the end. Unfortunately, falls victim to the time. And Bad News Capybaras still managed to stay alive in this situation.
Ugh, dude, it's so close. They get this one leeway back in, and Mama Alien does not let it go. She runs all the way up lane, she starts to support with her team, and she even tries to buy time, giving them more opportunities to fight the players on site. It's a slight bit of hesitation here on this fight in pit from ADK. That extra half second that costs them the round. And again, man, they put everything on the line. It doesn't work out. You're back to square one, but I mean, they at least did some work there, right? So there's something to grab hold on of, but it feels like, again, we're at this point where you need a lot to go your way at the end of this half if you even want a fighting chance. A couple more rounds slide into the pocket of the Capybaras, and you'll be talking about a comeback needed more than anything, even though you kind of need that already. Doesn't have to be that way entirely yet. I'd say one more round, and you're pretty much in that department, though.
Absolutely. Down a pretty tough deficit to recover. 8-1 scoreline potential. Should avoid to do that. Again, it's about offering up that early resistance because right now, Bad News Capybaras maximum confidence in the map control. Look at the motion. Seabass inside of the arch smoke. This is going to create some serious chaos. Might only be one. ADK, he holds his trigger. He's going to go take the whole B bomb site. Sees the rotation off of A. This is going to be so unbelievably frustrating. Seabass has just threaded the needle of a miracle timing.
Oh, no, he didn't! No, he didn't! Oh my god, there's no way ADK turned around. They had their entire offense tailored after that one pick.
That's crazy. Misses his chance. That trigger discipline bites him in the end. And the B defense can hold stronger because of it. The entry's still available, but so much damage taken already.
We'll get a bomb plan at least, right? Got that going. But without an op, the faith gets a little bit lower, and they're going to have to waste that smoke over on CT spawn. Can't let that be open. Other than that, though, flying high are the unjustified female squad as they go back in. There's not really a lot to try and stop them. Boost. I don't think entirely been spotted yet. Oh, but that's huge. They know both players are stuck here now, and they've just placed this smoke perfectly. Nading it open to try and get some leverage. Peeking back over for a couple of kills. Pippy Sippy again is the reason for their rounds conversion. Even without a kit, it doesn't seem to matter all that much. And they tried to pull that post plant off, but when something like this falls apart, the Capybaras, they didn't reset. It was not entirely shocking to see this walk the way of Unjustified.
Yeah, I mean, once you rotate into the B side and you catch Seabass like that, just with his hands in his pockets on a flank that you know is being, so much is being communicated there. It completely uproots the entire game plan, the whole round. Rattles from there. That'll be A big lifeline, still closing it out there. I mean, Sippy on to seal the deal there. Flashes roll out though, and oh boy, ADK caught big time, but it seems like they didn't quite get visual on her either. So a little bit of back and forth to open up the round as utility continues to rain out. Smoke for the Molly to go in and still taking charge. Seabass hunting down this kill from the top ropes will claim it. And Mama Alien's just a little too low on the scene as the next combatant, and blasted just the same.
I can't even hate on what Unjustified did there too, because they were ready for that. They had so many great flashes. You saw it as they were pathing into Banana. It's just flash after flash, blind player after blind player. This B site is so hard to defend at times. You even drop the Molly to slow them down. They just don't care. Seabass walks right around it. They smoke it off. He pauses at the perfect moment. He gets his teammate back on him. And Unjustified, there's only a couple of windows there where you could have maybe started to take that round back, but it's not even like it was cut and dry. That was just so well executed by the Capybaras in the end that it felt impossible to stop.
Chase down for Viv, ducking underneath the bullets there. Manages to escape. It's bad news, Capybaras continue to build the foundation here for an opening Swiss win. That's where their sights are set.
They're close to it. He is hop, skip, and a jump away. We gotta remember, what, it was 9-3 in that first game for the first half? So, not a far-fetched conclusion to say that can be overdone here. Again, the Pistols look to push down ultimate, this time a little more ready and equipped to deal with it of the Capybaras, walking into the lineup. Pistols meeting rifles, and not a lot much more than that happening. Space Bogans, P250 is the last that stands. A quick end, it'll be a quick 9 for the Capybaras.
Yeah, not much resistance really being available. Justified getting one last bite in the half here. Everything included into the mix. Like a couple of rounds that they did win. You know, that smoke diffuse, and then both of them could be sippy. Despite having limited kills, managing to have impact. There's that combo of the utility once again. Does a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, that's the issue, though. They're not going to let you get away with that for free. Unjustified's approaches, a lot of them have been from this A side, and you can see the bad news Capybaras halt a little bit at the start of these rounds now. It's the first step, but it's a step that kind of needed to be taken a long time ago for them. If, you know, Unjustified wanted to collapse on that or do something with it. Now it's just a man down. It's 19 health on your Opper. It's brackets control given again. And it's even a lurker still being posted over on Banana. So it's not like Space Bogan's going to get away with very much unless Seabass walks up into her barrel. They know at this point you've got to go for an A hit, but Mama Alien wants to let you come no further.
And then with the slide out there, Pippy Sippy connection on the op as well. Chase eventually in, but Mama Alien already doing so much.
Oh no.
Is it enough? It should be. He escaped, ducks down, and that doesn't provide much coverage. As Unjustified sort their way throughout another round here. Didn't get another 3-9 scoreline here, so not the first one we've seen here today.
This T side, honestly, it didn't really get a ton of steam until the ball got rolling, and if you don't start that ball's rolling on the pistol round, I don't really see this game going a lot or very far. The benefit of at least being down like this on your CT side is I think it's going to be a lot easier to defend on ecos than it would be to attack. So now what, right? You've got everything riding on the pistol. If not, you obviously have to force buy. And it just doesn't really look all that great. The bad news Capybaras, though, this is an interesting purchase. No kits, again, that's something we've now seen from both teams. Instead, opting for 2 dualies, armor on 4 players, and a flash on Gabe. And those dualies are going to start walking it up to the apartments, in which J-Chance has a wide open 1v1. It has no problems taken.
Yeah, so there scares off the initial A prong. Trying to poke and prod, now walking into a bit of a B stack. That's a huge challenge here as the flashbang rains out perfectly. Great coordination between Laffy T, Seabass, and Gabe. And they all find their frags on this B side as bad news Capybaras handle business on B.
And now we are living in that world that I was just once discussing, that you kind of have to force buy here, even though you don't want to. I mean, if you don't, I guess it's still kind of the same result, but the moral of the story is going to be it's just this insurmountable deficit, and when the rifles come out, they're going to be missing a lot. They're going to be missing utility. You're probably not even going to have all AKs, depending on how you play your cards, unless you get a bomb plant and somehow magic that one in there. But the out route for them, an all-out rush into alt mid. They've done this a lot, at least on the CT side's perspectives, putting a lot of emphasis here. I guess why not try it on the T side? Maybe this is why. It doesn't seem like they're going to progress past the apartments or even get to them. Vive, go home empty-handed, but not exactly a round-changing pick. Got some cheese in her hands, though, so damage is possible. Or not.
Too crazy. A little grave ace, 20 and 5. He gets to build here some nice HL TV size. I believe he had some pretty strong rounds there on Mirage 2. So, building some fantastic performances here, looking likely to just put on our first CCT-NA MVP. At least for this matchup in this best of 3. They look to end it early here as well. They just want to close quick. Chase is in there, and Gabe will line up off the back of a beautiful flash, a multi.
One look at this. They're going to see and maybe hope that B is a little more exploitable. J-Chance is the only one here, so it's not like it's some beefed up defense. But they had their window of opportunity in which they didn't get in. I think they were hoping that they would have a nade maybe left at this late portion of the round. But without that, you're kind of just running into a death charge if you go through that smoke. The issue is now that at the beginning of the round they left this open. Now you've got 3 CTs here ready to fend this off. I don't really see this going very far.
It's going to be some early kills there offered up by Laffy Tees. Completely lock this one down. MP9 line held. Bad news, Capybara's moving on up. We've got 12 locked in. A whole lot of map points ahead of them. This is what starts it all off. A little flashbang action over the apartment side. A whole lot of flashes, it seems. They were just constantly catching the utility. A beautiful B-side hold as well. Again, off of some counter utility, so the theme remaining consistent.
I think even Unjustified know it's kind of a sign of the times. As they send Vive up Banana, she falls to 29 HP without even taking an actual fight yet. I think eventually she'll be flashed in, or no, I thought it'd be a free kill for Laffy Tees. Instead, she's the one turning the tables. And still sitting here too. That is confidence. Confidence might end up getting her killed as her backup and Mama Alien falls to the headshot of J-Chance and they seize control of Banana.
Yeah, that quickness in that first kill from J-Chance, I'd imagine you want to maybe bait in a peek there so that Viv can continue to fire up, but J-Chance just sidelines the first on the quick peek, so a tough recovery effort on offer. Justified still a player down and make it 2. Make it a double. They head in towards A. Gonna be lined up by Gabe, who finds a double of his own to close out this series with confidence. The bad news, Capybara's closing out here a victory in CCT-NA in some confidence fashion.
And we won't beat around the bush, at least I don't think. This is not a series we came into saying Unjustified we're gonna win. This is probably the expected result. I just would have liked to see some more oomph put into it. Unjustified, it felt like as the goings got tough, there was a lot of respect given to Capybaras. And there was, I don't even want to say a lot of huge mistakes made, but just that confidence given to Capybaras, you saw how they played with it. This is a team that knows what they're doing. This is a core that knows how to play around one another. This is chemistry that oozed into the game today. And even when their initial read wouldn't necessarily go their way, it always felt like things would find a way to go into their own pockets or fall on their plates. Like we constantly see them find great refrags, great entries, go quickly into other bomb sites that they weren't even targeting. And it's just a hard team to stop, especially when they're feeling confident like that.
Seemed like it right there, and they certainly were showing that confidence in full display, being able to take early mid control on Mirage, or whether that was just pressing down, second mid on Inferno. Just both maps taking space, taking control, testing the defaults here, whether or not they would hold up on the side of Unjustified. And that's something that obviously you have to work through here as a team. They're obviously going through some changes, but like you said, there's a huge difference in terms of the gap there of these two teams. This roster that's been working together for quite some time in ECL. It's a tough team to go up against here out of the gates. I think Bad News Capybara is coming in as one of the better rosters in the Swiss stage as well. So definitely some opportunities here for Unjustified to hit the lab after playing up against a team like this.
And I think, obviously, as you said, this is one of the names of the group stage now. And in this performance, only more so solidifies it. Unjustified, it's not like you're out. Obviously, you've still got a couple of rounds left. And the goings, I think, are going to get a little easier, if I'm being completely frank. This was quite the draw to go in for the first round. What was originally going to be Flycrest Red, also a pretty damn hard draw. It just is the way of the world. And now you look elsewhere to see what's up on the docket. Next up, we've got In Control and Akimbo. I think that one's going to be a hot game. I expect that one to be close.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that matchup here. It should be a pretty close, pretty competitive affair. Two rosters that have a lot to look forward to here in 2025. And I think two rosters that are going to, look to do some serious damage. As again, those expectations being built around this team are that they can, step into this next year, taking the opportunities that are given to them. That's, first of all, both these rosters kind of leaning in on some challenger level play there and lead into some excitement here.
I mean, I'm excited, certainly. I'm happy to see both of these teams. It's been a while since I've seen some of the players, so when we return from this extended break, we'll get to end that streak. But for now, we have some time, at least, to grab food, do whatever you want to do. Come back in about an hour, I'd say, and we'll be ready to start that next game.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? Running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And welcome back, everybody. We got a bit of an extended break as we hop on into our second best of 3 of 2025 here in CCT North America, and it's going to be an exciting one. Maybe a little bit more competition out of these two teams here, facing off each other. It's In Control taking on Akimbo for our second matchup of the day.
And it's a rematch of something that happened just a couple of months ago back in Advanced, in which Akimbo, I'd say it looked pretty good. I'm not going to say it was amazing and dominant. I mean, hell, one of them went to overtime. The other was as close as it gets, 13-11. But what's interesting about this is for In Control, we've seen some roster moves. For Akimbo, we haven't. So you almost wonder if this is kind of like a test, since it's been a good amount of time now that they've gotten to function with this roster in scrims and practice, to see if this is maybe the next step for them. Because this is, I mean, a good benchmark.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a matchup that you're pretty familiar with here, as you highlighted, and a matchup that maybe you're setting your focus and you're putting your priority on a bit of an adjustment period. So it'll be interesting to see if, you know, that they're coming out with that growth, or if it's still going to be a little bit more work to do here for the squad. I mean, I've got high expectations that we see both these teams heading in with a lot of comfort. In terms of like having time to build this roster, and obviously during the off season, there's chances to kind of prep and get yourself ready. So looking forward to seeing out of the off season how these rosters are going to be able to play.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they've kept this core, right? So they still got some of their strengths. But on the other ends of things, you've got an Akimbo who's honestly not really looking all that bad. Their last season ends off with a loss to Nouns, in which obviously didn't come away with a map, but they took Nouns to Ancient and took them to the brink. Like, that's an impressive result with where Nouns are currently at. And alongside that, they've got really good wins on Izolo's Laser. They have a map on Lag. They're looking good around the board. And now that they've gotten that offseason to even grow more, I'm kind of excited for what this team is going to look like coming into the new year.
Yeah, and I mean, also this is, again, like an Akimbo team that has been sticking together for quite some time at this point, right? I mean, this is a roster with a little bit of history to their name going on, and I think that has a lot of value in its own right there, that you know, that experience kind of building as a team, heading into a season of, honestly, ECL that's a lot more up in the air since some of the changes and some of the dropouts have been made. Like, I think there's a lot more avenues of approach for a roster that has been building together over time to really succeed, and hoping to see that out of this roster. I think that they can certainly make a big statement and looking to kind of pick up that momentum with this opening matchup here in CCT.
And, I mean, obviously Cameron's been bouncing around the scene for a fair bit of time, so I'm excited to see him take the next step and maybe go into the next level alongside that. But first, I believe we have some maps to look through, and then maybe break down a little more of where this series is bound to head. Now, I think there's a couple of ways you could take this, right? I mean, obviously, there's probably going to be some permabans thrown out of the way, but the last time these two teams played, it wasn't necessarily featuring Train, so I am a little interested as to what that's going to look like. Obviously, you said earlier that being that it's new to the pool, you're probably not going to see it as much, but you already got to see it a little earlier than day. I'm still excited to get my first vision on it when it comes to two big boy teams. I'm always rooting for it because I was a big lover of Train back in the day.
What do you think of the most recent changes? Like, do you like modern day? What's that?
I'm not as big on it. I don't know. I understand some of them because, again, that map used to be crazy CT-sided, but while it's still got some nostalgia to it, some of them are just like, eh. Like, moving around that map kind of feels awkward to a degree now, I feel, and it's just weird. The changes to Pop Dog are the weirdest of all to me, personally.
Well, it's not banned first phase. That's a good sign at the very least. Could
Come
get something
on.
interesting here. I don't think there's like a massive underdog team here, so I don't think that's super necessary for either one of these rosters. I mean, I would say In Control's slightly less favored, but yeah, no one going for the big gut punch of the new map pick. We stick with Ancient here for Akimbo, which is, I feel like ever since this roster and ever since I first really started casting it, would be brought to the scene. But one more map.
Come on, please, ban Nuke. Please ban Nuke. Oh, they're not gonna.
Who likes Nuke?
No, man.
Unlucky.
Man, it sucks.
There you go. That's the after that, no Terrain. I don't want to be here anymore. But yeah, I mean, I feel like again, it's just gonna be for the early stages because I think a lot of the top level players, a lot of pros. They're saying the same things, right? It's a little uncomfortable. Vertigo was already such a prominent banned map in every scene, so it's like, okay, now everyone's gonna float train for a little while, and maybe if you are a big underdog, you're gonna look to pick it. But yeah, I mean, interesting to see it being floated for so long until the final map there. I think that kind of gives Akimbo a little bit of favor, given the fact that they force that out of in control, and actually Akimbo get to control the veto a little bit long term in that process. So that's always an asset as well.
Yeah, and the last time these two teams played, we didn't actually see Ancient. This is the exact same veto, just a couple of different steps, whereas Ancient was the decider, and we didn't necessarily get there. Maybe that could be a different story. I mean, as the series went on, it did kind of look like In Control lost steam, so I don't know, maybe their best foot forward would have been on Ancient. Maybe that's a different story to tell. But I don't entirely dislike the way this veto is played out, to be completely honest with you. As much as I would have loved to see a train sneak its way in there, I think this is a very well played veto by Akimbo, and I kind of like them putting the ball in Control's court come down the stretch. I go into this series almost thinking we're going to see a repeat of history. I personally always been a big fan of teams that go into breaks that don't necessarily have the most amazing results staying together, and it's kind of what Akimbo are. I mean, they have some good results as of late. Obviously, they're trying to reach that next step. I like them not making any roster moves. It feels like it's a rarity in this region. But what might also be a bit of a rarity is the tech issues we're having, it seems. But we're going to throw things to a break, and when we come back, we'll be ready to jump straight into Anubis to see how this rematch goes.
Obviously, as you all can see, as we have yet to hop on into some of the action, we're still dealing with some technical issues from one of the players here on the side of Akimbo that will lead to a forfeit of the first map due to some PC issues. So guys, we're going to send this one on back to a break. As soon as we get more information, we will make sure to relay that information to you all. So stick around, stay tuned. We'll keep you all updated as we go on here. We will be back, hopefully, with some Counter-Strike.
Do I wanna try? Can I let it go? We're running from the past, wanting to be sure. Chaos in my mind, constant deja vu. But every time, it comes back to you.
And welcome back, everybody. We're ready to hop on into some more action news for you all. We did figure out after a little bit of obviously a delay and a forfeit, we will be hopping on into the action. I think we'll be stepping into the series into map 2. So you ended up being correct. We're gonna hop into Anubis. You were right all along. You called it.
You stole the words right out of my mouth. I was gonna play it off, but no. I mean, it's still just, it's hard to break it down because we don't really have a lot in front of us. So still what we said in the pregame applies here, and I believe we have the game actually ready for you, believe it or not. But point is, I have a lot more faith in Akimbo coming into this than I do in Control, just on the fact that I believe this is their first official as a full 5-man. So it's them finally getting their feet wet in a real sense, and I don't know if that's going to look different than in practice or not.
We'll see when things get brought to the table here. As you said, how things are drawn up here is not oftentimes how things go, but we're a team that's looking to build some cohesion. I have high expectations that this roster can deliver, given some of the pieces that they have to the puzzle. But on towards a pretty open site here at the moment. Left wide and clear for the take, and they will take control. I think controls bomb site.
There's not really much to say back about it either. I mean, Akimbo, they're going to try, or rather, I'm sorry, in Control, they're going to try to stop this, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. Akimbo playing with some heat after having to give away that first map. And obviously, it goes without saying, but the backs are kind of against the wall for this one because of that fact. It's quite the uphill battle to climb, even though we've just started.
Yeah, frustrating situation, obviously, but you got to deal with the cards that you're dealt, and I feel like if you're a team like Akimbo, it's not going to haunt you too much. You got a little bit of history here between these players, so it's not going to be all that concerning, and at least you still get to hop into a pretty efficient map for yourself in Anubis and bring some energy into that department. So again, it's all about shaking things off, getting your head back into this series. And the pistol and getting Calamity on a Mac 10 is exactly how you do that.
I was gonna say, I like this start too, right? You get some of your stars early on, hot to go. You send those Mac 10s and you try to get some extra cash. But honestly, this is not going all that well. In fact, this is gonna get costly here soon. This AK is susceptible to being taken. Now you've got to worry. I know it's unarmored pistols to start off this round, but this is 3 guns we're talking about now, and the bomb is still yet to go down. Yes, obviously it's going to, but the issue now becomes they don't have utility to really help them on this beyond that smoke, and even that's missed. This cross is visible. Spraying through the smoke. You almost wonder if that's intentional, but I doubt it. After it goes against them, Laxy's got to clutch this in the 1v2, albeit again an armored opponent, so the task at hand shouldn't be all that different. Timing could be everything. Dink through the wall, and it inspires Milo to go back in for a double peek for a moment in time. Looked like they were ready to turn the tables, but I mean, still 4 kills in a full USP round. That's heat.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take that any day of the week right there, and then you combine that with the fact that it did start with Calamity setting the tone pretty early, that was going to be a comfortable round. It wasn't going to be a round with a lot of question. It ends up creating a lot of chaos. So, you know, not the win that you were hoping for when it comes down to it, as close as it was, but still you got to take those victories where you can get them, and that certainly was a moral victory coming out of that loss.
Now, I almost went with the faces for Akimbo. They've gone straight in the middle, no holds barred. Didn't really work out too crazy well last time. This time seems a bit different. Those trades go 1 for 1. I'd say losing your con player is a pretty big deal. You can see JS Felton moving around. Adherence to that. Actually doesn't want to stop. Good tags on the shoulder. He is playing so hot right now. 5 kills to open up this game, and they've got a free bomb site he doesn't seem content with. A 3rd comes through.
Unbelievable from Laxy right there, charging forward, taking control here from the squad, and Akimbo having themselves full access to the bomb site pretty comfortably. Just gotta get that bomb over there, but maybe they're more interested in landing the kills instead. That's what it seems at the moment. Heading forward, already on a pretty deep hunt considering the situation. They know it's a save, obviously, but this hunt is pretty wild to see as the bomb finally just goes down.
Hold on a second, though. Because, I mean, for a moment in time, I thought they would start to walk back into this. I believe there's a kit down in mid, so I honestly thought they'd start to walk back, but now they want to keep this op in hands, though it seems a failed task. Now it's up to Beast to try and reclaim it, though I don't think he's in too good of a spot. He's getting flanked, and I don't even think you realize it. Yeah, even though the dink came in, it just was too much to bear, and that cross is going to lead to Akimbo's third. It's a great looking start for them, especially with Laxi playing the way that he is. I mean, he just walked through canals into Khan, found 3 kills, and obliterated that B-side defense.
I mean, completely broke down that B side. I mean, it's a hard site to hold, don't get me wrong, but ease of access right there for Laxi's certainly a concern for the side of In Control. See if they can bolster up that setup, as right now, obviously, coming through with a bit of delay into this matchup, but looking to get activated as soon as possible. We've seen some very quick, fast-paced aggression coming through from this B side.
Great start, JS Felder walking into the op. Now I look at Tyra, who's right now got a nice little 1v1 with timing favoring him. Laxi, the hot hand, gets dealt a bad one. Gives the AK right back over. It's not even a great spot to be in, too. These 2 pistols collect on another head. And now you've got to worry, because things are getting messy. There's 3 players encapsulating this mid-side hold. And I don't even get away with this. Because AK, honestly, this is likely to turn into a 1v2 again in the favor of In Control. Timing was everything. Looks like he'll just barely get away. Crawls, no! One last check goes awry, and it's all of a sudden up to Cameron.
Got to open access for at least a bomb plant here. Starts that down. And instantly gets into a reposition. Here with the AWP. Very worried about a flank, though. I'll tell you that much,
Yeah.
and that's not the case. Not at the moment, at least. More so targets towards the CT side. So bomb planted, completely formed. They're going to step forward straight into that AWP. Tyra falls, hits the deck, and now a little 1v1 clutch with no kit. And look at this, patience paying off from Cameron. Turns the corner, but by then the round is already won. So does his job. Ends up being another costly round, but still these T-side rounds here gotta be good to build that foundation.
Yeah, already we're being shown that if things go bad and things go south for Akimbo, it still just doesn't seem to matter. In Control, this is a round it feels like they should have won after they find this second pick in mid, but they both split up. And you see how long it takes to come back in for this rotation toward the B side. You give so much time to Cameron, and honestly just plays this so well, right? Isolating those 1v1s, it feels impossible after he gets that first pick, and even the delay here just really solidifies it. But now the guns come out, now the kits are in play, and it's gonna start to add up if finally In Control puts a round on the board. So Akimbo, they're not in an amazing spot.
The last thing you want to do is let CT side get the ball moving here on Anubis when you start to build that cohesion. But one thing to stop it is Laxi entering like this. Another double, man. This guy, as soon as you think maybe In Control could take over, Laxi comes through and completely breaks down your game plan, shifts everything up.
It just kind of feels like the strat in some of these rounds has been Laxi go kill. Like these last 2 or 3 rounds, we even saw it in the previous where he was just walking into B through B main. That was the play there for Akimbo, and this is not another one of those rounds you can go for. They're going to hunt though. That's almost a no-brainer. You see where Cameron still is in A main. You see them bleeding away from that B site. There's no way you're getting away unscathed. Beast will be the first victim. Or not. Wow.
Cameron gets absolutely blasted into the wall. Oh, but I think must have been the barrel showing right there that cost Elo. Utility out might cost Beast. The flashbang comes out through, messy, but Calamity finds it eventually. His ability to run and gun with whatever weapon seems to be true here with the A1S, so.
Can't get over his view model. Can't. Calamity is so good, and he's been a staple of the scene for what feels like years now, but like, man. That view model gets me every time.
Yeah, him and Big U. Some people just... they're freaky with the view models.
Yeah, I guess if it works, it works. This is just the Calamity special too, right? You keep him down to the Mac 10, use him as like a pawn to get into a site. That's not good. Milo is finally taking opening blood for in control. This is the start they've been looking for. It's always been on the deficit. It's always been Laxi running in and getting 1-2 headshots instantly, but now it's Calamity's Mac 10. Shaky, controlled enough to find the first, and they're going to continue going forward with that. They've got numbers up at that site to yet to actually fully pounce, and 20 won't save them. There's a kill back they needed, but I don't know how I feel about this 2-on-2.
Timing right there from Cameron. Steps up confidently with the P250 in hand. And in motion, Dylan finds himself last man standing. Does catch Cameron off guard though in the meantime, so gonna be a bit of a trail for Kraus to take over that
my God.
that A side. Dylan's reading into it though. And it's gonna be a game of timing in which Dylan might come out on top end. Right underneath the crosshair, right underneath his nose, but if he continues to head in towards A, he's going to be there a lot quicker than Kraus would expect, and he will move that way. So here you go, motion being made towards that A side, planted safely away from A main. Step out from Dylan. Oh my God, it does not matter at all. Oh my God, was not ready for it, but able to land the shot in time, and you got to stay in motion to deal with a player like Kraus.
I don't know how you would deal with that. Like, it felt like at every step of the way in that 1v1, Dylan gets the better of him. And even here, Cameron, he wanted to check connector, but I don't think he was expecting that flank to come in so quickly. And then you had Dylan's timing perfect through mid. There's no way you would ever hold that if you're Kraus, so made sense, but man, you just can't do anything about that. And again, they had to secede down to pistols. This would be a full-out mid push, and they're giving it away early on. I don't know the success rate it's about to have. And nade into connector. They'll soon hear the footsteps pitter-pattering behind them. The response, charge into A valiantly as ever. I don't really think anybody's going to stop them.
Oh, Tyre gets caught in some smoke span. That ends up not fading in his favor either. Beast will come through with a bit of a flank here, so at least some ground being gained, but definitely running amok here on this T side is Akimbo.
I feel like A main's about to feel like heaven on cash, or not. I honestly thought they would just start smoke, volleying it. Like, I thought there was no way they were getting back in from A main, but surprisingly enough, this is their first point attack. They're winning the fights like tenfold. That's guns down. That's weapons to bring into the next round. In fact, you might get a double op if you really want to because of that. Wouldn't blame him either, huh?
Terrorists win.
This duo of Crawls and Laxi is just farming right. Between the two of them, 19 kills. Pretty much their entire T side has come down to those two guys so far.
Yeah, just, I mean, whatever site they want to break through, right? Laxi through connector has just been a force to be reckoned with. They got Krauls closing out rounds, finding big plays in that department, finding entries towards A. Mix. Piping up towards middle, so much versatility at this point.
Well, they've opted to give up mid, and right now, Akimbo are licking their lips with that prospect. They have Feltner, not a strong game so far from him, but this will change that liking. Straight to the mid smoke, he'll find two, and pretty much single-handedly save their A-site defense. Everybody starts to crumble. And now the rifles step up when called upon the most. Beast, he's been consistent, but J.S. Feltner coming to the board seems to have changed the standings quite some. Laxi's all the way around the board from this B site, and he'll get one. A lot more than just that if he wants to pull this round back, and J.S. Feltner's going to have none of it.
There you have it, shutting down the big two. Right there helps out a lot in shutting down that control being taken towards middle. That quick defense and that quick rotation. Now N2O is dead man walking, but he could fight his way through this. 4 HP though, there's not a lot to lean on. The nade hits him direct on contact. Dylan knew he had his number. And control on the board here for a little bit of defensive success. Yeah, sometimes difficult to do on Anubis, but you got to start somewhere. Now it's all about stringing rounds together and building kind of a, momentum, some finances off the back of that.
They already did a lot of that hard work in the past couple of rounds. Feels like every one of these rounds have come down to like 1v1s and 2v2s for Akimbo and In Control, so I don't think they're entirely out of his half just yet. But Akimbo also know where their strengths lie. That's why they give the rifles over to the people they do. In fact, one of them being Laxi is kind of who I turn my eye to right now. Walking straight through Connector again. He is untouched in this angle. Cameron wants to be the next up, and JS Feltner has no match. It's again a B-site claiming for In Control with no victims taken by Akimbo.
Quick on rotation there. Dylan offers up 2 quick ones. Able to at least somewhat recover this round. Still yet to really get those numbers punched in, but finally going to do so here. So starting that clock up against the CT side, but at least bringing it to a level playing field, which is a huge difference. Calamity looking to shut that down, though. And put any hopes of a retake in the dust.
That's not gonna happen. Calamity playing so well through alongside the side, giving chances back though, and all of a sudden you see the re-interest from Milo ready to sprint in. There's a kit down right in front of him. Calamity is crossed over to Palace, somewhat ready for it. Milo rips the no-scope. It was close, but not close enough. Calamity almost falls in the last second. Akimbo gave him a chance, but ripped it away.
Oh my god, that one shot. Going for that no-scope right there alone is such a risky move, but trying to make it all happen in that one click ends up missing. 1v3 as some extension comes on through, makes it possible, forces him to rethink, but it only ends up being a trap as that no-scope is so close, man. But successful, and in the end it's gonna be Milo again chasing down these kills.
Feels like it's so hard to stop Calamity when he's playing hot. And I think this round kind of proves it, right? Where he's just going in B main, jiggling around that box, making it so hard to hit. Same thing can be said for Tyra. I mean, he almost falls the same way. But still a 4-on-3 for In Control, in which they've given up mid control once more. Now, the response looks like they're going to fight to the extremities, and Tyra has nobody here stopping him in B main.
This mid lurking from Krause here as well, very valuable, but as you said, this round put on a timer for the T side. As Tyra makes a bold move to encapsulate the entirety of this map. And as if they head in towards A, if their end goal lies in elsewhere, could be interesting, but there's the bomb drop. Bomb was on a solo mission. That's gonna pretty much determine this round right here. Dylan misses out on a big chance. Now an HE sent through the roof. Oh, I saw camera was pretty low. That's just going to be a firework, though, at that point. Smoke's already inbound. They're trying to boost past it. And a 1-for-1 trade puts him in the clutch here. Now Tyra left to close out this round, and he started it off so low.
No way, Cameron's ripping on with this. Tyra walks to the smoke, and the bomb had dropped in such an awkward spot. That's why he played it that way. He couldn't sit back and just wait for Cameron to walk up because there was a world. He goes through the smoke, he gets the bomb, he walks into the site scot-free. Akimbo, that round should have gone south, but it's the heroism of individuals that really just bailed him out.
That's been a couple of cases here. They've had those individuals to bail them out and to save them the worries, but how long can you rely on that? They've had it consistently. Over and over again have they been able to operate in these very challenging, incredibly risky clutches. There's another example of it. Cameron winning a hard one.
Ooh, I thought they were ready for this Canals push, but instead they get mollied out. This is free control for In Control. Now, how do they respond with this? I don't really think you can take all this space and just waltz back into these angles. They've invested a lot of utility, smokes and mollies combined, but they end up down a man.
A position that they're all that unfamiliar with here, playing in a 4v5. Tyra making so much noise as well. Puts him in a complicated manner with the back kind of to the wall here, especially as the entries come through B main, but he transfers for 2. Needed to have a multi. Getting chased down now as Cameron turns the corner a little too late. He loses his teammate though. 1v1 on the bomb site. That Cameron will win and have another clutch in him. He reads it like an absolute beast. He's up against him and he walks right into him. Cameron trying to go big time for that clutch. Had the right idea. In anticipation, Beast closes out the round.
Dude, I thought he was going to have another highlight reel of himself. This round was scary. I mean, as soon as you see Tyra get put this low and caught out in B main, it feels like the stars are aligning once more. But it's him doing all of the damage that he does, honestly, that I think saves their case here. And Cameron is just off a beat by 1 or 2 seconds. Expected Beast to be so much closer than he actually was. At that point, it just feels like that's one you can't really lose. In control. Go back to their stock standard default setup, 2-1-1, rather 2-2-1. And I don't think they want anything to do with Connector anymore, to be quite frank with you.
Your name's not even Frank either, so that's crazy. It's Lexi.
Come on! I don't know how to follow that up, man. Maybe Milo can. Maybe Milo will take the words out of my mouth, bro. It's kind of cooked. There's so many low players on this T side for Akimbo, Calamity, Laxi, both struggling. This almost entire round falls to Cameron, and he is in one of the hardest spots to navigate from. Luckily for him, currently every member of In Control is pathing around the right side of this retaking site. Oh, not so great if this trade comes through. A 1v1, and they might think the last man's over toward B main. Oh. Look at the way he's played it. Calamity around the world and outsmarted. Milo has no fight back in him. Akimbo, a double-digit half.
Yeah, well, I'm making quick work of map 2 here, looking to put it into a quick best of 1. After having to forfeit their first map, they have come through with some serious vengeance. Starting on the T side of Anubis, yes, don't get me wrong. You know, it's a ideal opportunity to start this series off in, but having to do it a map down, coming back with this sort of formation, looking so good in the clutch, having, you know, all your key pieces step up. Calamity's been good in those clutch rounds. Cameron's been phenomenal in those clutch rounds. And then to pry it all open, you got Laxi and Corrals combining their effort.
Yeah, it's just those 2-3 players that are really winning this game for them right now. And it's not even to say Calamity or N2O are coming up short. It's just that every opportunity is being seized by those 3. The round is, like, decided by the time N20 and Calamity get involved. So, needless to say, this is a must-win pistol.
See what they can bring here. Walking into a bit of a stack, counter utility in play, flashes an explosion on in towards this A site. They got exactly what they need, but Calamity rather, and his tough view model are devastating this offense, and Laxi stepping forward with precision to shut this one down. Tyra's the player throwing the utility as well, so in this clutch you make it even more difficult for him.
Again, that was a needed pistol. Like, you couldn't lose that pistol, simply put. And Akimbo have just stomped them out. This is a speed run of a map. I believe we've been in this map for less than 20 minutes. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I mean, Akimbo have just been able to walk all over their competition as well. I mean, pretty straightforward on that T side. As impressive as it is here, see if it remains. There's no vision spotted, but there you go. Gets the information in time, and 2-0 will shut down the sneaky play of the pistols, and that'll lessen the explosiveness of this rush. They're fully prepared for it, and they will settle themselves, and shutting this round down with relative ease.
Charging down too, right? I mean, just get it over with at this point. Don't really let him think about it. Put time on your side if it wasn't already. Akimbo, man. I mean, you come out of the gates, you think there might be a little defeated, demoralized because of the way this game started, or rather the series, with the pretty much instant map forfeiture. You come into this second one, it even was a little competitive at the start for a second or two. And then they just run away with it. Like, they send in Laxi, they send in Kralls, they send in Cameron, they send in Calamity, and they just win rounds for you. it doesn't even necessarily feel like there's a crazy amount of depth right now to Akimbo. I don't mean that as like a stray. It's just they don't need it.
Yeah, they just got just about everything you could ask for in their bag. Solid hold here. Being asked. It's a great flashman comes through from Hello. Offers up a little bit more success.
No way.
What?
Dude. That's criminal. And then yeah, this is just cooked, man. Last one's a Deagle, 1v3 in B main. Yeah, right. Hop on it. Rush him down through the fire and the flames. They'll carry on to a map win without giving in control a fighting chance. 13-2. And I think Cameron wants that defuse all for himself.
Closing out the game. Right then and there. Cameron's taking the defuse there for one more clutch opportunity coming through from the side of Akimbo. And they will move on up to a tied scoreline there in the end. Puts it onto a 1-1 as you can see after the first map being forfeited. And now we get to close things out on Nuke, which is going to be pretty exciting.
Ironically enough, it's funny to say that they are far from control of this series because right now it is spiraling out of control. And it just, I feel like Kimbo are about to dual wield these maps. With how that looked, there wasn't a chance. There wasn't a chance. Some rounds came down to a 1v1, but what has me the most worried again is the fact that it was just individuals farming for Akimbo. It didn't necessarily feel like there had to be attack pause called and they'd have to bring out one of their strats or something.
Yeah.
It was just, you go in there, I'm sure you'll clean up the site. If not, all right, we'll just send in Cameron. He'll do the rest for you. And there wasn't too much more depth than that. That's something that needs to be addressed if they want even a shot.
Yeah, without question. I mean, I'm right there with you. It felt like a big outclass in the firepower department there, where they could cruise on by those defenses with relative ease. So I'm with you. It's a big concern. Obviously, in control, as we highlighted, making a couple of changes here and there leads me to believe that they're still not that full cohesion. But they better find it fast here. They're running out of time as we hop on into Nuke. We're going to be hopping into this decider of the series to close things out. We'll be right back.
Kind of a speed run of a map there from Akimbo, who do not give much breathing room whatsoever to In Control. And in a 13-2 stomp, it almost makes you wonder if we're even going to see competition on Nuke.
Yeah, I don't know, man. After what I just saw, I feel like maybe not. I mean, it was very one-sided. It felt like what, you know, Akimbo wanted to get away with, they could pretty comfortably without many questions. So I would be kind of surprised to see if Akimbo struggle at all as individuals on this map coming up in Nuke, right? I think it's going to be more of the same here. I think we're going to see more of the same level of individual dominance. Otherwise, you know, In Control have a short bit of, like, what, 20 minutes in between these maps to get things in order.
Yeah, and I mean, I look to players like Milo, if I'm being completely honest with you, on In Control to take over maps like Nuke, where you kind of need your opera to show up big time, and you need him to be the guy to put you on your back. This is the place to do it, and this is the time to do it. It's not like the others weren't heard of. We even saw a little bit of J.S. Feltner toward the end. Tira held his own. I'd like to say Beast had his moments, so did Dylan. But we need it to come together, and In Control, you don't got a lot longer guaranteed to do so. Well, so far on the pistol, it's not a bad start. Dylan finds the opening pick, but that's not going to help their cause.
Spamming through the smoke right there. Trying to find a connection on the player pushing past it. Not much luck there as they go on towards the B side. Beast finds one, but they've still got access in. Beast will find a whole lot more, though, than just one here. Steps up for a big 3K. Cameron left alone in the clutch, trying to isolate here, but Beast will take him home. Maybe it's him. Maybe he's the one that's going to step up here on map 3 to change the tides in the favor here of In Control.
I feel like he was pretty damn good on Anubis, just kind of went overshadowed by the fact that it was quite the paled blow. But at the same time, I think one of the main advantages that Akimbo had, I didn't get to talk much about it, was that early dominance toward the B side with Laxi. It caused so much of an issue. Players would have to rotate at the start of a round off of mid. You would have to weaken A, and it just left the door open for so many different mix-ups for Akimbo. But that's not really going to be as allowed on Nuke, I feel like, just because of the layout of the map. So maybe that's something worth discussing when it comes down to it. But for now, it's a full buy from Akimbo that features a decent chunk of utility and weaponry. And I like this angle from Dylan. It'll be hard to counter from Cameron soon to take first contact.
Ooh, and,
oh my god, he got his teammate.
Oh, punching open the hole in the smoke does nice little 1-for-1. Keep control of this ramp side of things as well. And Beast holding down the line 5-0 at the moment. Finally taken down there by Kraus, but set up into a decent little 1v2 chance to work through this with Bomb in control of his pockets. I feel like I'm going to do that so much. Every time I say In Control, it just, the name sticks in my head. But he does possess it at this point in time, and he's going to find himself another kill. Yes, Feltner might walk right into this trap, or he might... Whoa.
No
Oh,
way.
well, he's read this one
There's
perfectly.
no way,
Yeah, this
dude.
one's over. There's no way you think he's on top.
That's crazy. That's just insane, bro. And to think he started out so quiet at the beginning of that first map, too, where I believe he started like 2-7 and was getting bullied toward B. This is a massive turnaround. Even though it's just one kill, the fact that he's already feeling confident, the fact that he's got teammates supporting him looking good, that's a hell of a start that In Control really needed. And this is another force back from Akimbo, surprisingly. So they're going to get off to the races early if they can shut this one down. That's a big step in the right direction.
Still dealing with these force buys, though. And they're dealing with it well. It's 2 through the smoke at the moment. Calamity diving into the fight. There's a quick pick. Using that MAC-10 to full effect. Knows that there's one more around the area of many. So both players getting a reload off, and Tyra will come out on top.
Ooh.
As Laxi going to make a last-ditch effort to lock in the digits. And it'll get in time just about. Anything extra with the MAC-10, not quite. J.S. Feltner to put a rest, and it's going to be In Control counting it up here on the CT side. And I think we're going to keep seeing force buys as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you think they go for another investment after that? I don't know. I mean, like, they shouldn't, but will they?
Calamity is 100% going to buy a SMG. That's
Sure.
a guarantee. The rest of the players, the rest of the roster, I'm not so certain. You know, will they follow suit? That's the big question, but Calamity and a SMG is a guarantee in just about every one of these rounds. So do we already see the rest buying into AKs?
I mean, you could trade him too. Cameron right now can't really afford an AK with armor. I'm really surprised, honestly. I thought Calamity would just go AK, drop that over to his teammate, then Cameron could throw
bought
him
an
a
AK?
MAC-10. Ooh!
What? I guess he had money for it, so that makes sense.
Things are heating up. You know it's getting serious. Calamity's got a gun in his hands.
That time will lock in. He picks up the rifle and he picks up the AK in hand. Means business. The SMGs weren't cutting it for Kimba. The lack of utility wasn't cutting it. The rushes weren't cutting it, but laxy solo aggression, and it feels more of what we remember on Anubis, as they all collapse in on the defense completely, and as you're caught in transition, you're forced to pick up the pieces.
Well, this isn't actually over yet. You've got Tira in the vents. I don't think this is entirely read onto. If he finds... Oh my god, don't tell me they're about to go back to B. For a moment, it looked like they were going to.
They still have yet to plant the bomb, though. Player spotted in towards
No.
heaven. Oh.
That's the round right there. I mean, maybe you do damage on the exit, but 5 HP, yeah, no chance. Milo rocking the best knife in the game as he goes back into CT spawn. And Akimbo will be on the board in the fourth. Oh, Anthony, what's the best knife in the game? Well,
I don't recall.
no, you definitely asked that.
I don't
Definitely.
recall asking that question.
No, you 100%.
I don't remember. Is it the gut knife?
Who is speaking? The CEO of Wrong Takes, Bill?
Let me be clear.
Pull it out, Milo. Pull it out!
With
Can
the
you-
Talon? Or Karambit?
You gotta be a different kind of stupid. Pretty sure that's a Kara Crimson.
Yeah.
Flip Doppler's heat, though. This is great. No, that's Marble Fade. Never mind. Dude, the Marble Fades suck.
Marble Fades do not suck.
Marble Fades just suck. Though I do like Fire and Ice patterns. Those are nice. I will.
Yeah. Everyone hates the Marble Fades until they get the Fire and Ice. Actually gonna do it again? Yes.
Ooh.
Yes, he will. Like he was last map, taking control of E-Box. This time, Connector's his target. Heat-seeking missile on the entries, but a little too gated up there. Tyra with a quick rotation down and towards that lower side, beats him to the punch. Another one offered up in 2-0 will hit the deck. Tyra defending lower from all different directions somehow.
And he's just being a nuisance, keeping players' eyes trained on this one door. You can't give this away, can you? At least that was the question for Akimbo. Eventually, he'll have to forfeit that. Allowing control to waltz back into B-site's control. Cameron, however, is looking to exploit the gap toward the A side. Walking out of the single door, it's a double by Dylan. No re-entry allowed, so it seems. And now in a 1-on-4, Crawls has got a monumental hill to walk over. I don't think he'll even inch close to it. He's just sitting in hot, hoping for the best, preparing for the worst. As right now, his angle and number is held well by Tira, who, honestly, MVP of this round, no question, but the way he played it is brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic defense of not only A, but B there as he started off the round covering secret as well, like just all over the map in such challenging fashion. Makes it look easy. Being that active in the map is not an easy task at all, though.
That's a good start. And 2-0, good response on Dylan. He pretty much decimated their hopes and dreams coming into the A-set last round. It's revenge! But a dish best served cold could come from Beast as brings it right back out into the star-studded Laxi. Maybe one offered onto N20 as well. Tira, oh my god, he and Calamity are about to walk right around one another. Calamity feels like he's an X Factor, but so is Hero right now with the way he's playing. Just cooks a little too much, and now it's back to a 3-on-3.
There's a freebie there. Milo hits the deck on rotation. Trying to help out in this A side. It's going to become big time problematic. I hope that JS Feltner, who seems to be identified here, is going to do some heavy lifting. Flying up the Vince, though, is Beast. Can he save the day? Not for too long there before found out. Akimbo will count it up again.
Such a heads-up play from Calamity, man. So suspicious with the patience. Most people there are just going to keep their eyes trained on Vents, but the fact that he clears Squeaky like that is really what changes that post plant for Akimbo. If he falls, all of a sudden you're walking back into a 2-on-2 A-site retake with both players in the open. That could have gone hellish for Akimbo, and Calamity stops that from happening.
Yard setup here with a lot of presence, but bring the power here without the firepower. Gilden's forced to dance in between two different duels. Can't last too long there. Tyra again could save the day though. Offer up some relief.
That's just untouchable right now. They've got a great supporting cast around him, but not for long. Cameron's about to dispatch of one in heaven. He's got a great angle. He's what he did, well, maybe it won't matter. Thralls sneaks out through the hut and catches an unexpected angle. We'll leave it to a 1-on-3. Milo detected and soon to be overwhelmed or not. Hold on a second. They've given him an AK and both of them are low. Milo should have been dead to rights. Cameron just a little too fast. And now they've got to think about a reposition. N2-0 in mini as Milo dances around the rafters. Your paperclip drop right now, and Kimbo are trying to quench this upcoming threat, but he's already done the damage. He snuck out into this site. So will it! N2-0! Another round that it feels like should have gone haywire, but Akimbo bailed them out.
And it just set such a firm foundation. But again, kind of being able to close out in some chaos in the heat of the moment. Milo will fall eventually, but serious scare put onto this this squad. Finally, though, an end after the persistence that we've seen from this Akimbo camp on the Force Buys. Finally rewarded with the eco to play up against. They've been so consistent on the Force Buys. They've collapsed that CT side economy.
This is where things just continue to go downhill for In Control. Akimbo, remember, they only need a couple of rounds in order to make things meet on each side, but just kind of pushing past that boundary here shortly. Again, it feels like that strong start from In Control is just going to go down the drain.
Yeah, and it still feels a little bit eerily similar to the fashion in which we saw how they were winning rounds initially on Ancient, or Anubis rather, where Laxy's just walking through, finding an entry or two, and then that's turning the round. It feels very, I guess, focused on individuals succeeding, but they are succeeding, so it's a good game plan in that sense. You have that as a luxury.
Luxury of it right now is that In Control are buying back in with a weakened purchase. I mean, guns-wise, yeah, looking nice, but there's no kits right now. And Akimbo have been all over the place. They fought ramp, they've ended A from starting B, like, not a lot of predictability with this T side, and I don't know if that's going to help you, the fact that you don't have any kits. Cameron, though, he is taking a beating, and Squeaky burns down to 40 HP. And that's helpful for In Control.
provide them a little bit of relief here. See if that lasts too long, though. This again, it's straight back into their initial target. That point of contact that they've really taken a liking to. And that's pressuring the ramp room. They force them off the line, take that space, and then get to work within the confines of this important map control.
Beast. He's got the right idea and the right read, too. I don't know how many teammates he'll have here to support him. In fact, it doesn't seem like any, as N2O and Thralls have just dispatched of what felt like the strongest pieces to the puzzle. The site is theirs. Down comes N2O, and out he falls with the op of Milo. So Laxi and Cameron, they don't have a lot of room to work with. They don't know what's going around the single or double doors. They don't have any ability to get into ramp right now. They have to hope these guns will do them. Like it will either. Cameron needs an instant headshot from us. Three fires around the corner. Dylan, no struggle there. And again, he didn't have a kit coming into this round, but doesn't seem to matter when you leave yourself that much time in control. They kind of avoid that massive failure. I thought for a moment when you come down those vents, N2O free sightline into B, they get a slight advantage. But could have gone wrong there. In fact, a lot of room for things to go wrong, but in control have quickly stopped that threat.
Able to slip by that and hold down the round, like you said, kind of avoiding disaster. And again, there's still those question marks about whether or not they can contain this ramp control for very long in this matchup. People are being able to walk all over that side of the map. Use that to remain dominant. Now they're going towards out of yard. Cameron fighting on multiple different fronts. Has his backside covered. There's Laxi will fight through some ground gained. Round, you know, kind of done deal already.
Dude, and they're boosting it to heaven. They really want to steal these guns away. I don't know if you're going to get away with a hunt. What are we doing here, guys? What? I think they still take care of the player in CT. I think they know Milo is out here with the op. I don't know why they're doing this, but just funny. A little humorous. Milo wondering how they got up there so fast with his teammate covering hell, but questions kind of pedantic when the answer is you don't get the op.
It's a little too strong again in terms of the early map control. We're coming into this one, taking space by force and taking some names. Timeout doesn't get called though.
I mean, this is the time for it, right? This is a CT side that's just not putting up the numbers you would have wanted. 7-5 isn't the end of the world, but not a very strong backbone considering what this map's notoriety has out for it.
Yeah, not a strong backbone, and again, you did have the foundation kind of laid out in front of you. Had a good 4-0 start in the mix. And if that turns into a very competitive or lost half at the worst case scenario, that's the bigger problem.
We're about to find out how much truth there really is to that, because right now it doesn't necessarily feel like they're going to even come away with a tied half. Gotta remember, after those first 4 rounds, this is pretty much 6-2. So, or the first 3, I believe, but who's counting? Or it might be a little bit worse. Anyway, point stands at a very passive round from In Control and Akimbo, refusing to say die on either end of the coin. And honestly, I wouldn't even be surprised if In Control makes 0 movements this entire round. Right now, it kind of feels like Akimbo are poised to walk into them in some of these bigger choke points. What they've been doing.
Yeah, now they finally slow it down here, of course, up against the pistols just in time for them to shatter your game plan. A lot more careful in this case.
Actually wasting a lot of time here. It has me quite worried for them. Control walking into lobby. Could find 2 picks. They don't know about the second. Big headshot from Dylan. These are 2 guns down and takeable for Akimbo, rather for In Control. And Akimbo still are crunching into this A site. It's not like they're not going for an A finish. The stack is technically still placed well. The only issue being, are they going to be close enough to stop this bomb from going down? If this comes down to a round where it's a post plant, no chance. But right now, In Control are brawling, and you still not cleared some of these angles. Going down to the site, it's a 4-on-2. They don't have a lot of protection for this. They do get the numbers tapped. Damage from the HE. They continue to round the silos. Laxy's got too many angles to worry about, and the only one left is in heaven, stuck between 4 different angles, all staring down his barrel. Cameron, so many different things to do at once. 2 kills quickly come through. They're trying to bait out the 3rd shot. It's a full 10-second defuse, but he's running out of bullets and running out of time. Dylan was underguarded for a moment. Cameron almost gets all 4 kills, but the round still is stolen away by In Control.
Yeah, all that in the end matters here is that they snake the round right underneath their nose, that stack, and the patience rolling through all the way through that round and being rewarded as they hold down the line. I can't believe they're able to sneak that away. I thought that finally we saw the bit of discipline being shown from Akimbo as well was going to be rewarded, but it turns out that high octane speed that they play with is a part of their identity, and they need to live by it there, otherwise they die by the slow burn. And that 1-for-1 early on bodes well here for the T side.
2-0, caught by Dylan. Another man whose kills honestly may have gone a little under the radar after that 2K he found a few rounds back. This is a big 4-on-2. They're walking straight to the Beast, and man, he has been playing so hot. The A4 sprays down another 2, and Laxy's got a 1v4 of himself.
Still healthy. Has bomb. All those key factors still in his favor. Yet to plant it. Lock in the digits concerned here about any sort of aggressive motions. With every second that's not him sticking in the digits is another second he goes exploring right into the open arms of the opposition. JS Feldner will catch him, and it does end up being a little bit more stable.
That's something they needed. I mean, you and I were talking about a half that they might not even end up winning, let alone getting a lead in, but it feels like now maybe some normalcy is restored. However, In Control still have their work cut out for them. I feel like this is a very loosely made half, and minus a pistol, this could just be wiped clean.
True. CT side. So close to that step. Gonna be happy with the end result there, considering a bit of a slow start from Kembo. But that one eco, man, that one eco might live in their head a little bit. Especially if that pistol isn't made as easy. That's a crazy shot from Laxy, though. Falling, JS Feldner hits the ground a little harder than he anticipated.
Good trade, though. Tira stepping back up. One of the heavy hitters of In Control's CT side. Still seems to be ready to play on the offense, but they slow it down. Most of these pistols we've seen, not only in the series, but today, have been very fast-paced, very one-dimensional. Here, we're adding another layer with this time, or rather tempo change. However, for a moment, I didn't think it was going to work. Oh, Tira steps right back up and proves me wrong. Second man spotted in the vents. Calamity dinked out, and Tira's not done there. This guy is still on a tear right now, and In Control, it's much needed.
Looking to lay claim to a successful series for them in the end. Doing so in a bit of a unlikely fashion, but no matter how you get the job done. That pistol gets him one step closer to getting there.
I wouldn't count out Laxi though just yet. Again, you give this guy an inch, he'll take it a mile. JS Feltner took the death, or rather took the risk, and reaps the rewards for it. Calamity looking to close in upon them through hell, an unchecked angle. Sneak through for one, but as the dust settles, it's still a two-man advantage right now for Control. He'll extend to 3 after Beast gets another one around through lobby, so Calamity, as legendary as he may be on the SMG, won't be legendary enough to stop the oncoming dominance from In Control. And this lead's starting to get scary once again. Remember this, the start of this game, I believe 4 rounds was the gap they had amassed themselves. Didn't work there, at least felt like it didn't. Here could be a different story, especially with the financials coming into play.
Could be big time a different story to look at. See if they could turn it around. That's another good, factor though. It didn't feel like they were out of the game at all when they were down 0-4, so down just a little bit more. See if that same case remains true into the gun rounds though, into O. Plucked out of the round surgically.
Right back at you, there goes JS Feltner. So far, a strong performance from him, but an even stronger one from Tira keeps that advantage alive outside, and this has been a big strong suit of In Control the past few, really digging into the heels of this outside take. Akimbo have not been able to deal with it, and Calamity again finds himself in what feels like an impossible spot, but great timing for now. Dylan, no, doesn't see him. Another jumping up in the AC unit. Trade should come through. Dylan is still in Garage, but he's still going around through CT. The AK's given over, and Calamity is given too much time to roam. Weird spot to be put into. In Control's money isn't looking all that great, but they've still got 2 guns already invested, so feels like you gotta go for it at this point. They don't seem to back down. And one that's gonna mean a lot for both teams. For Akimbo, it could be pretty much squanching this lead. For In Control, it could mean taking the map. Neither one really has the resource available to them to go back in for a reinvestment, and there's a little safe spot for crawls on top of that hut, so it's not too much damage on the early molly. They reset. Just let In Control take lobby. Start walking up outside. Pretty basic stuff. Calamity, though, is on the other end of the world.
Kind of in a tough position here to operate in. On an island. Until he heads his way. And so far, the effective map control could go a long way here for the T side. See if they can capitalize on it though. Has to come into one pretty picture. Into this B side, Calamity looks overwhelmed, but when he is firing his gun, he stabilizes big time. And that hold sticks together like glue. They lock in a flawless defense, and Akimbo right back on track with the rifles out.
I was saying, man, this could be the lead pretty much obliterated. That was a big risk on that purchase, and In Control don't even walk out with a bomb plant, so pebbles under their feet start to give out, and the rounds go to show it. And this is a scary looking team because they've almost completely forfeited outside control in these rounds. They haven't bothered really contesting, and every now and again you see maybe a lurk from N2O, but really nothing all that committal. And the fact that In Control are getting this space and not able to get close to these rounds is what's alarming. This time it's a different story. N2O takes up a spot that's normally been uninhabited, and that's going to cost them big. In Control weren't ready for that, you could tell. The trade doesn't really mean all that much to them just yet. AK, maybe recoverable. Laxi almost catches one lacking, but ends up giving away the frag. Instead, they look to tear up P250. Long range through the wall almost doubles up. And this is still damage that I don't really think Okimbo can afford to give up.
Yeah, or lose another one of these sort of rounds. AK still in the hands, and another bit of damage for now. Flashes go out. Fort on a platter, offered up, but Calamity will hold down the line. Not gonna let that fight slip.
They can't have more bullets. That's all of a sudden a 1v1.
Yeah. It's a monumental concern there, but they at least hold down the line.
Control's last chance to hang on to this lead starts now. They've been competitive that last round, but competition isn't going to mean squat if you can't start putting rounds back on the board. These leads have been so short-lived from In Control, it feels like. Once they actually start putting rounds together, it's such a roller coaster of a game, it's felt like. And look at the way they've moved in this one. C-Smokes come out, In Control sends somebody all the way into mini. Akimbo seem ready for this.
See if that preparedness, I mean, they were ready for that last move just one round prior. Like, saved them a lot of concern on that B-site defense. Everyone available for a multi-kill. We'll see if they're just as prepared with this slow burner of a round here.
Seems like it'll be a late A-pop, the way things currently look. Smoke, ollies. No flashes just yet, though, and that's a bit telling. I think Akimbo are soon going to catch on. This isn't the full-bore push just yet from In Control, which means hang on to whatever utility you got left. When this final hoorah comes in, it's going to mean everything. In Control's money's still quite shotted, especially if they didn't get a bomb plant out of it. But nade! Oh my god, are they going to try to vent dive? They were! And now they have to walk straight into the arms of N2O! It's free pickings. They cannot even think to swap down to that lower site, and they've been given room to go back into A. Great shots from Dylan once again. His impact had slowed down. There's an aid, though. N2O trying to fake it around the corner. Maybe not. Goes around that smoke. Instead, it's spam. That's all it is. And kills haven't lined up. It's one bullet versus one bullet. The sidearm pulled. And Milo hangs on for In Control. A chaotic finish. And it felt like N2O had everything lining up for him once more, but no dice. In Control. Those pebbles, as loose as they may be, are rigid enough to maintain a slight lead.
I mean, if they throw them fast enough right there, they do a lot of damage. They hit right on the money spot. That slow pressure towards that A side ends up going their way. And 10 on the board here, locked in, double digits connected on. Attack balls used from Akimbo to stabilize here, get their head in the right spot as they know the pressure's on.
This entire series has been very absent of attack pauses, so any time to use them, it'd be now. But it feels like both of these teams are still like at a razor's edge margin of failure. They keep buying, and it keeps leading to these ultimatum scenarios where you might just give up the map if you lose it. I feel like this is the second time we're saying that now for Akimbo, where there is definitely a world. You lose this round, you lose the map. So is Lightning really going to strike twice? They're putting it all on the line, hoping it will.
See if that's the case. A lot of structure, a lot of setup. And the way that In Control play Nuke right now. Hoping to lean on that once again. The Yard Smokes taking secret control effectively has been the bread and butter of this T side.
Almost thought Dylan was going to start walking through that smoke, but wisely, Akimbo had a preparation in place. Rotated Laxi all the way in case somebody tried to push that smoke, so. little trickery doesn't really work out, but also doesn't cost him much. Dylan, did he just barely beat that smoke? I thought he had that timing set out for him, and if he stayed silent, right, if they kept that, I'd say, lack of awareness, then a huge opening. Now it's up to Calamity again to defend the lower site. 1-for-1 trade. Probably not what you're looking for, especially when the T side's this close. One smoke, one molly, you're locked out, and it's retake season.
That's really not what you're looking for, but N2O can turn the tides in his favor. And Spray looking labored, but Laxi is as clean as they get. Just one left standing here in between the resistance.
Man, it does seem to strike again. Akimbo have done it all right again. Even with that early, like, scary trade from Calamity. Man, I don't know. I just gotta say, I'm a little surprised with how well things work out, but at the same time, you've got to give credit to these players in Ram for delaying for so long, right? That's, at the end of the day, it feels like that was the goal of these two, Calamity and Co., just to buy time for this flank out of N2O, and it doesn't look hairy here. The fact that he doesn't get that second kill almost threw things back up into the air. All that nonsense could have come in. But great crunch in the end from Akimbo, ready for anything, and once again find ourselves at a spot where In Control's lead does not seem all that threatening.
As long as they can tidy up rounds like these without losing too many players, that's kind of been a tough task for them. That HE is going to help out. That is a money nade. Calamity now letting them have this ram control. They walk into the MP9 looking like it's from a different game right there, but he's in CS2 locking in some headshots. Akimbo will tie up that scoreline, gathering themselves double digits and heading into another gun round here.
Once again, we find ourselves at a spot where In Control are in quite a dicey future. But Tira's still hitting hard. I mean, you got a couple of supporting members around him, but you got to play to your strengths in a round like this. If you ask me, I think you got to set up Tira for success. You got to get him somehow involved, and not at a spot where the round already feels forfeit. He might be the first blood. N2O not cleared outside, no trade offered. I don't even know how you'd manage to get this. Thankfully, JS Feltner goes high and takes the risk, but round could have been over from the jump if that had kept going that direction. Calamity is in the exact same spot as before.
Yeah, I mean, an understandable position. JS Feltner is giving them an option, though. Giving them a lot of options with these kills towards outer yard, equalizing and then taking the advantage. Wonder if B spotted anything. Doesn't seem like he's super aware of this aggression. And yeah, he's gonna walk right into the crosshair. So lobby out of In Control's grasp. At least for now. JS Feldner making a very confident move. Off the back of a lot of noise being made on this lower side, Calamity calling in for rotations, and in a scramble, Akimbo are making the moves. JS Feldner gets loud, though. That's the information as the smoke and flash comes out already in the back of Silo.
What?
They're just neck and neck. Cameron's pushed through the smoke. He's getting peppered on through it. He identifies one. The smoke gets blown open, and JS Feltner will at least provide the extra coverage. It's all on the shoulders of Calamity now in the heat of the moment, in the chaos. He's got an MP9 to close the distance. That's not going to work.
Yeah, that's the spots where it's kind of hard to vouch for something like an SMG in those late rounds. I mean, financially, the plays he makes are kind of almost impossible to put into, like, levels of impact and magnitude. But when it comes down to those spots where it's 2-on-2, where it's 1-on-2, he doesn't really have much of a say, because it comes down to these long-range angles, these big crossfires that the MP9 just doesn't really have the punch to break apart. And it's an unfortunate draw of things to end out as, even though he's currently sitting as, I believe, their top frag. But those numbers won't matter if it goes down in the books as an In Control victory, and right now it's heading that way, with another lead established, and now only 2 away from the finish line. Himbo have only got 1 big buy left in them, and then it gets to scary territory.
There indeed. Gotta get the rifles out at least for Calamity. As we highlight, needs to be possessed at this point. Not a lot of room for error. Trying to manage sort of deficit. See Calamity have to gear up for a tough defense at hand. He steadies himself for a quick kill there. That's a big start, but no trade available. And again, Lexi, how is he getting here for 2 rounds? To just give him a freebie. Dylan, no, this time it's the sidelines.
Dude, that would have been criminal if Laxi got away with that second kill on JS Feltner, but for now, it already feels like damage is done. You got a low Calamity, but so long as you play Protect the President for him, it won't really matter how low he is. Time's starting to chew away. Utility's taking a big beating. Guess you could say that for both sides, though. There's only a flash and Molly remains for the defense of Akimbo. Outside, though, and JS Feltner's angle is still duly noted by Akimbo, who just await the next move from these T's, though it doesn't really feel like they have a target yet.
There's your end goal here. Lobby control taken by the CTs, but just as you say that, that A side is being tested through mini. There's a spot from Krause. Need a trade. Not going to come through, though. Not in time, at least. You go down the vents. Oh, but he's going to walk right into Calamity. He's low, though.
Oh.
And that kill opens up an avenue. All of a sudden, at least a 1v3 required. You said it had to be Tyra to step up to the plate and become a clutch factor in this matchup. Can he deliver? Still yet to peek through his Cameron. Delaying his attack, but the op shot will do the trick anyways and never be required. They're back to a tied scoreline.
I just don't understand how we keep getting to this exact same spot where it feels like somebody has an advantage and it's just ripped away. But at the end, it's just fitting that this, of all games we've had today, is the one that goes to the brink, at the very least. In control, you got your bomb plant. The only question is, do you want to give a lead over to Akimbo? That's one thing we haven't really talked about, because this entire map, they've technically been trailing. There's not been a point where Akimbo has been in front, but now is their first legitimate chance of doing so, and in control, they could put everything on the line to try and potentially steal the game away at the last second, or the smart move and play for potentially OT. Right now, it seems like that's a lot more enticing.
A smart move for sure, but one that might feel like a tough pill to swallow. Knowing how you've been able to maintain so much control throughout this matchup, do you really want to give over an opportunity for Gembo to take map point, series point first? It's a decision that they likely make with this half buy. I mean, this half buy still has a lot to it, though. Utility abound. Quick motion in towards A. A little late pop on the flashbang. Look at Krause jump all around the bomb site here without limited help. Cameron will stabilize this defense, but kills flowing from the Tech 9s again. That managed to put a serious hurt. And at least a chance here, but again, there's just no health here for Tyra to work through in this 1v2.
Like the angle he's taken, but eventually they're going to get suspicious of something like this. This is all on timing. Calamity.
Oh.
Thought he was going to turn away and potentially give a window of opportunity to Tyra, but that's just 4 HP. Even if you get that kill, what are you realistically going to do? The answer's nothing. And damage is nice, but it won't matter when you've got pretty much everything you could ask for in the finale of this map / potentially series. In control, have got to step back up big time. I mean, somebody's got to be there behind Tyra, because it feels like now that's slowed down, whereas before there was impact, there was pressure. It wasn't necessarily an X factor, but it was there. We haven't really heard of anybody except for him.
It has been a big force. Who's going to be the one to close him
my
out
God.
here? Oh my god, almost a collateral for NTO. He almost lines him up there. Instead, Calamity put on notice. Utility out, but he goes down early. The Calamity out with 0. It's a big discrepancy, but how he was holding ramp earlier on. Laxi, though, quick in recovery.
Only one here, though. Gotta be weary of that fact. So he gets his one. Maybe gets away. He's sitting around. He's gonna open him up. and give the bomb right over to Akimbo, who might steal this game themselves at the final hurdle. Dylan, the biggest asset falls on the flank. It's all up to Milo, the op without the op. And Laxi, it feels fitting that he ends it. We started with him on Anubis, winning them rounds, running through connector, and doing everything they needed him to. Here, maybe not as impactful, but still the one who closes it nonetheless.
And I gotta give him a lot of credit here. Start off this series, a map down due to a forfeit that felt probably a little bit of frustration here to start off a series for Akimbo, but the bounce back quickly on Anubis. They said, hey, I want to level the playing field fast. We can play this best of one. That's when you guys can start to fight back. And sure, in control, we're able to show that fight. But in the end, so much more strength shown out of Akimbo and the firepower. Like you said, fitting that Laxi's the one that closes that. He was the guy that was just deciding rounds in a lot of different situations. The way that he would, fight through ramp room and just get himself an entry. The way he did it through E-box as well. There's so many different routes for him to take. And if you wanted to succeed, he had that in his bag. So incredible stuff coming through from side of Akimbo, and another team that I think is going to be seriously deadly come, the start of playoffs if we see them there.
I mean, I'm a little scared with how they looked too, because it felt like down the stretch when things were getting scary, they called on the individuals again. And if you could pretty much optionally call on players to win you rounds, like, what are you going to do about that? I mean, I would like to see a little more change in mid-rounding, maybe. It did kind of feel like the pacing was quite linear toward those mid-rounds where it would kind of work or wouldn't. They'd continue with maybe a wrong idea, never really rethink it, and then they'd wind up just making a round off of that. It didn't really feel like it was much in the heads of In Control, if that makes sense, but to a degree as well. Like, if it's working, it's working, and it clearly did.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what you got to take at the end of the day. They're being able to call upon those individuals. I mean, I'm with you about the linear T sides. On top of that, a lot of eco turmoil, I would say, in terms of struggling to close those out without losing too many players. So, a couple of, problems that you'll take to the bank there. And I think Akimbo just happy to escape this series down a map due to some unfortunate circumstances with a series victory in the end.
I mean, coming into the series, you feel like they were going to be frustrated, but thankfully, as you said, they avoid it, and as for In Control, back to the drawing board. That first map had me a little scary. Sure, you were competitive on that second map, but I don't really think that's where they wanted to be. Again, coming into this season, that's about where they were living and dying with this previous roster, without these two new additions. And the fact that they're pretty much still there, I guess, is a tune in the right direction. Maybe it takes you a while to get back to where you were. Long story short, there were plentiful issues, and I do think down the stretch, again, for them, it came a little bit linear, maybe lacking cohesion, but that'll improve over time. Moral of the story, I suppose to say, is looked fine enough to where I could easily see both of these teams walking into playoffs come the end of the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think that's a definite possibility depending on the bounce back here from In Control. Obviously, they start 0-1 in the Swiss, but I'm sure we'll be seeing them a little bit later down the line show some improvement. That being said, though, that's all the action that we have here for you tonight. Again, I want to thank everyone for sticking alongside us throughout our first day here in North America for CCT in 2025. We'll be seeing you all very soon in the CCT broadcast, so make sure you leave a follow. And again, have a wonderful rest of your night.